Hey, good morning, Darth Foley. And I don't know if YouTube. Boy, there's like a delay on YouTube that's insane. I don't know what that is. I don't know why that's happening. Not normal. That's happened now like 3 times. We gotta find out why that is. I don't know why YouTube doesn't do this thing. It's only been like the past like 2 weeks. Yep. Good morning out there. How are you doing? Happy Tuesday. Give me a second. We'll roll right into the other side here. Switch over there. All right. So give me a quick second here. I got to set this up. Get rid of that. Slide that over right there. Give me one quick second, guys. I got like the all the China indexes up. I got to get rid of those. WTI actually hit our target almost perfect on I didn't ever thought we'd actually get to 78, but it looks like we did. TNX still on the rise right now. We're going to talk about the market here in just a minute. Let it open up for just a few minutes. HYG still bleeding this morning. There's some. So we'll see where the market goes right now. SPX has. I'll show you guys some stuff here. TNX still looks pretty bullish here. HYG blasting down with a hourly trigger crossing from above. Not bullish. Dixie still bullish this morning. Still going up. There was a nice rejection above here. Dixie also has a weekly trigger crossing the monthly trigger. We'll talk more about Dixie today. I meant to talk about this in the brief last night, and I didn't mention it. There's a little bit of pricing in of Trump going on as well in the back of the market. There's a lot of stuff going on. Like if you like count up all the potential volatility in the market, it's hard to even keep track of. I really don't know. Like I had this thought last night where can you guys hear that? Let me turn this up for you guys. Sorry, I got the I was on a meeting this morning that I have to switch up my the audio feed is now live for the news. Okay, so last night I was like it's like last night I'm reading all these. I'm like reading reports from freaking GS and freaking, I don't know, God, JPM, and then a bunch of other private letters and market briefs and all that kind of shit right into the day yesterday. And then I'm going down my own rabbit hole last night, and then I'm thinking about the Trump win. And so I dug up some articles and some reaction functions from earlier this summer.
For non-farm payrolls.
And I'm reading through those last night.
Offer of Financial Juice Pro for
and I'm like, they're fucking also pricing it. Sorry for swearing.
1 month.
Like they're also pricing in a Trump win again. There's like a little bit of that going on in the background too. And he's rising in the polls again. I don't know if you know that, but Trump is rising in the polls. I know some of that came from Muskrat out there, and like Peter Thales like owns a gambling site. And I've already told you this in the past. For any of this, I told you, do not trust the gambling sites as you get closer to the election. The odds start to change towards money, gambling money. They're not as reliable. They're better odds the further out in time you are with the gambling sites. Now, I went and looked last night at the gambling sites like as a whole, and they're all shifting towards Trump. And then there's also whispers in the background the past week or two about Trump coming back and potentially winning the election. So I went back and read the reaction functions late last night. I didn't put them in the brief, but that's partially what's going on too. You have like the dollar rising, of course, you got the dollar rising, WTI blowing up. These are all like trades, right? You see yields rising, bond CTAs. I think we've covered it twice now, are at a sell point. But then also you've got like this pricing in of Trump winning. And what does that mean for the market if Trump wins? There's been talk that the market would crash on a Trump win, but not because Trump's bad or anything. This my politics, of course, are all aside of this. It's that he's going to spend. So you're looking for a nice dip to buy under a Trump presidency so that we can go to the moon, right? It's not like a function of Trump sucks or anything like that. I want you to think the split politics in this has more to do with like inflate. It has more to do with trade tariffs and then a spike in inflation, and then the Fed having to. If you wanted a reason for the Fed to increase rates, the Trump presidency would do that. Not that that's a bad thing. I think just a function of pricing in that like tariff stuff with China and production in the U.S. and there'd be some pain, believe it or not, in the U.S. economy. Initially, there'd be some pain in the U.S. economy in terms of inflation going to the fucking moon. But whatever. So there's some of that going on out there as well.
Deficits are inflationary and need to be dealt with.
Now, what I want to show you right now is this is SPX gamma, and this is important because you want to see. I want you to see something here. You've got. I want to show you just quickly here. You've got. Dude, what is going on? Like nothing is showing up here. Hold on here. I got some like wonkiness that always happens with Trading View. This is like everyday thing. You'll turn the velocity suite on, then now it shows the hidden velocity suite down here. Dude, it's like seriously, what is going on? That shows. Okay. Velocity on SPX looks pretty bad. The hourly velocity looks like dog crap. I'm not going to lie. And we are losing daily velocity as well on SPX. So where SPY might look kind of good on Velo and ES might look pretty good too, I think. SPX looks like not good at all. So we're going to switch over there and just show you that one. Now, we haven't lost velocity yet on SPX, but show you this really quick. You want to be cautious this morning due to it. Now, price currently is above the hourly. See, watch. Oh, this is where the hourly trigger is right here. And so you just want to be very careful because there's a trap here for bulls. Not guaranteed, but it's here to go to new lows below. And you want to be paying very close attention to specifically SPX, not ES, not SPY this morning, because they're all giving different reads this morning. So SPX in particular, sorry, let me mute this here, or a quick second here. SPX in particular, you want to see this like hold and back test and hold, start to make some new highs if you're going to take a long. Otherwise, there's a liquidity grab here to send the market lower. So just keep your eyes on it. Can we squeeze up and go higher? Yes. We're going to talk about that today as well, and what all of that means. Even if we hold here and we squeeze higher, let's say they return to the scene of the crime here, and we go higher, there's also a back test that needs to take place. We talk about this in the training videos that once you lose that hourly trigger, you always want to see a new high from the prior high and a successful back test. Damn it. Hold on here. Mute that for a minute. So you've got this nice gap back here. You see that gap being left behind? You want to see this hourly trigger hold on SPX in particular today. And then if we're able to get above here and squeeze higher, you want to see a new high. Has to be a new high in one run, and then a successful back test like that to be in safety, relative safety. I'm going to explain this better for you here in just a minute, but we could start to squeeze on SPY, and if we do squeeze on SPY, watch the behavior of it closely. And I want to talk to you about that real quick, or show you an instance where that did not happen that's relevant to right now. So I want to show you SPY really quick. And there was two things I wanted to show you here. The first one I want to show you is, let's see if I can squinch this down a little bit. Where are we? Come on, kick back on. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Try 1 hour. Try daily. There we go. I put this on a 4 hour, or no, I had it on a daily, but I need it on like a 4 hour or something. Yeah, right here is the one I want to show you. I went back last night and I looked at 2005 and 2005 because we had Hurricane Wilma, and 2012 and also 2020. That's the start of it right there. Uh, 2005, 2012, 2024 in March. We had like these like rate cut expectations, end of quarter, new quarter. And what I wanted to show you here is a failure. And I want to, in particular, I want to show you, we have our range, right? We're range bound, range bound, range bound. And you're like ending a quarter, then coming into a new quarter. And within that range, we got like volatility, right? Volatility down, volatility up, volatility down, volatility up. If you watch closely, the daily trigger is just about to breach in right now to SPY to this zone. And one of the hallmarks here to know if you're going to lose support is whenever we're blasting down, right? We blast down, we blast back up. We got the new high. See that lower high, new high? We're still alive at that point. We come back down, and we come back up here. We do not get the new high. The moment that we failed to get that new high, it dropped us underneath. We continued to the downside into I think in this case it was late November. In 2005, we were actually done with, and that was Hurricane Wilma. We were actually done by October 15th with the downside move. It didn't last into November. But I want you to pay close attention to this price action, because if we do this, let's say today we start squeezing, you want to be watching for the prior high that was lost. I think it was at 72 or 75 or something like that. And do we actually make that new high or not? And this is common price action whenever you lose the daily trigger or you test the daily trigger as we approach it. We continue to bounce off of it, of course. And then if we ever miss any of these highs here, it normally leads to a major downside move. So we're going to now go back to, let me see if I can go back to, let me see if I can switch this up. Go to Qs and then SPY. Let's see if we can go back to SPY and maybe it resets. I don't know if it will or won't. Is that nice? So just like that same playbook, you've got another one up here, right? For this new end of quarter, old last quarter, all that kind of stuff. What I want to show you here is that same idea. You've got the upside move here, right? Downside move, right? Bought right back up, failed. The moment they failed it, dropped it straight back down, right? Up, down, up again, and down again right now. And what's happening here, too, what you don't see, or maybe have a hard time to explain it, is you've got the daily trigger creeping up into this. You have this daily trigger creeping up. And what you don't want to see is if we do continue to bounce around in here, you don't see the failure of that prior high right there, because they'll send you underneath like so, and then to the downside over here. So be paying very close, and we are starting to squeeze. I can see it right now. We're starting to squeeze. Now, if we squeeze here, so be paying very close attention to that prior high. This is the one from the close of Friday. Oh, we're already squeezing. Jesus Christ. Trading 570.94 already. Sweet. Jesus. And we're going to look at that prior high right now. Let me go over there really quick. Put that gamma back on right there. And so right around here, right up here in this high right here, That's the high, right? That's from Friday, 4 o'clock. Yeah. Keep an eye on this mark here of 573.37. On R1 right now. R2 is 574.13. Yeah, this is the one that I want to be watching right here. So here it is down below. Slightly lower than the, I don't know if you can see it on the right, like right here is what you want to be watching, this red line on SPX. And that correlates to the same red line here. VIX 9-day pulling back as well off of the 21.29 target. It's coming back to retest its hourly trigger. So I'm going to read some of this stuff to you guys. Hold on.
So China's Commerce Ministry says Minister Wang Wentao held a phone call with U.S. Secretary of Commerce Raimondo on Tuesday.
According to Financial Times, New York Fed President John Williams, a voter in an interview, says 2 more rate cuts of 25 basis points each for the remainder of year is a good base case. I think that's all we get. I think we get 50 total. I don't know if they mix it up between 2 meetings or 1 meeting, but I think the 100 has always been the case. There's been, market has tried to price in 200 or 150 or whatever at some points. I think that's just gambling.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
China's Premier Li says all sides should actively roll out policy measures to stabilize growth. If you are trading China at all, I don't have it up right now, but whatever pullbacks there are, they'll be supportive, or they should be supportive. Also have Goldman's proprietary third quarter 24 consumer survey and food retailers revealed a greater focus on value and is tracking above historical trends. Value perception was the highest for club and discount retailers, was also led in shopping gains. Additionally, the value perception of grocery increased versus restaurants, while plans to dine out less, cook at home more tracked higher. Price remained the key factor for consumers, increasing in importance. Price was was the dominant reason why people switched stores, with third quarter response rates of 52%, increasing 50% last quarter and 49% a year ago. versus 4-year average of 43%. Store location and quality of assortment were the two following most important factors, noting response rates for location tracked flat sequentially at 17% versus a 4-year average of 18%, while response rates for quality of assortment slightly moderated sequentially to 10% from 11% versus 4-year average of 12%. Third-party delivery platforms decelerated notably. Jamie Dimon saying deficits are inflationary and need to be dealt with. Okay, Jamie.
China's commerce minister, in the phone call with U.S. Raimondo, urges the U.S. to address the specific concerns of Chinese
Deficits are
companies and its
inflationary
Chinese
and need to be
firms as
dealt
soon as
with.
possible.
I looked at your deficit, bro. It's been growing since you were like 30 years old. I think the fucking deficits never come down. I like how all these old guys are like, I always like these like Gunlocks and Jamie Dimons out there. And I'm like, these guys' whole career was like started. Like, when did Jamie Dimon start his career? It's like a partier thing, right? This is great. So Jamie Dimon started his career in 1982. I swear you can't make this shit up. It's like we got to clean up our act, and it's like, dude, your whole entire career was spent literally getting us here. Like your entire fucking career. All right, hold on here. Give me a quick second here. SPX has tended to sell off when rates volatility has moved aggressively higher. Can SPX remain immune against the MOVE index? What is particularly striking is how wide the spread between VIX and S&P realized vol has gotten, with the VIX now close to 14 points over 10-day realized vol, 98th percentile since 2004. In fact, it's been quite rare to see such a divergence at these VIX levels. I was thinking about, so this is going back, I'm looking at the VIX right now in the background. VIX is still elevated right now, too. VIX just got shanked, but we just had a big reversal candle here in VIX, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hold up. And expect more volatility in the future. And that's like, so like last night, I'm looking at the Trump reaction function last night, and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I'm looking at like Hank's, like the Golden Dragon Index, Hang Seng, like election volatility, World War III volatility, hurricane volatility, like nonstop hurricane. This is another one too. There's like a third hurricane, like forming, coming across the Atlantic right now. I think I want to say it's coming across the Atlantic or something, and I don't know the name of it right now. I looked at it last night. And then we have the election we haven't dealt with election volatility at all, like none. It's not even on our plates at the moment. And VIX 9-day is cranking right now underneath the surface. Let me see if I can show you guys this real quick. Should we just get rid of this? Delete all this just so you can see it? Just underneath the surface down here, there's a cross happening on the back end right here. There's like a daily velocity is, do you see this weekly coming up underneath the surface? I want to show you this. This weekly is like coming up underneath, wanting to crest up. And you already have the cross of the daily trigger above the monthly trigger, and like volatility when it breaks underneath the monthly, The market is strong. It is just strong. It's like bull market central. But when you start to see like these crosses happening underneath the surface here, the implication is increased vol, right? In the marketplace here, and for violent movements to take place in the future, even if it's not today. So that vol surface just getting like beefy underneath. This can translate though to price up, vol up. It doesn't have to be price crash or anything like that either. But it does imply that something bigger is coming down the road. And I want to show you this here. This is I want you to see the difference here, like a 1 hour basis. So how volatility has been coming down for this bull run, and it's starting to make a move higher. It's attempting to at least make that move higher. We had that big Volmageddon spike, right, that we talked about. The market like fucking just imploded on itself, right? You wake up one day and you're down like 10%. It was like 3 days or over a course of 3 days or something like that. And the same thing's happening right now underneath the surface. Like it wants to explode here to the upside yet again. Something similar to this event back here. You just see it right there. And right now it's back testing this move higher, even as prices squeeze higher. And you can even notice this morning that even though we're not in tighter. Even though we're not in, we're above right now the gamma flip, but this price action is not indicative right now, is it, of positive gamma? This is not normal for positive gamma. What the moment you break above that positive gamma, it should be calming, and this looks like a liquidity grab, doesn't it? This price at the moment, this price action looks like a liquidity grab and not like positivity, or at least the action of it doesn't look like it is, like it's normal price action. And just circling right back to that, the presidential pricing in of Trump possibly winning. I'm thinking about all this last night, and I'm like, how often is it that you see this much this much stuff to be tracking? And I'm like, this is rare. It's not the norm. It's like competing stories. It's like everywhere there's a competing story. Yesterday afternoon, I was reading like the Yahoo message boards have like come back to life in the past couple of years. Yahoo Finance is a thing again. It used to be like Chinese bots. So it was just like Chinese bots. Now not so much. I'm reading stories about like the quadruple inverted multidimensional derated yield curve. And then of course I'm looking at like the 10-year, and the 10-year shouldn't be going up. You know, any 10-year should not be going up with hurricanes coming
Treasury 10
or anything like geopolitical risk. It should be dropping.
7%, up 2.1.
Of course, it's going up, right? And you've got like multiple stories competing for your attention, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's AI based news. Like, okay, Bob, go run this story. Here's where it gets fucked up. So in the middle of the night last night, I was awake late last night. I didn't get the brief done until like 1:30 in the morning, and like took me like 4 fucking hours. I had to eat some dinner and shit, but see my kids to bed, and so it got broken up. But it was so long because there was a post on Reddit about the Hurricane Milton increasing in strength, and I clicked on that post and was reading the comments, and I hit the new comment button, right? And so it showed the new comments, and then I came back like hours later, and it went from like 2,000 comments to about 6,000 comments, and I was like, holy fuck. So I clicked on the post again and hit the new button, and I kid you not, the first 100 comments were the same comments that were when it had 2,000 comments. So they're like, there's like astroturfing. There's like someone makes a post that someone's trying to get traction on the post. There's so many thousands of comments you can't even read through enough to see the repetition of comments in these posts. And so I'm thinking about all that. I'm looking at the election reaction function shit, and I had gotten through the entire day of reading all these different takes on what's going on out there, and I'm like, God, there's like, it's like creating news or volatility for volatility's sake, and story's sake, and getting a message sake, and I find it bizarre. Like, how the fuck do you even track all this stuff? Like, you could focus on any one of these things and get on a rabbit hole on it if you wanted to, and that would be enough. And it makes you wonder how, like, what's real, what isn't, what's not being said. I got some friends in Asheville, and I got family in Florida, and they're saying that information is not allowed to come out public.
Taking a look at the
on some of that stuff too, like everything is crafted.
Equaling greed,
all the information we're getting, it's like all crafted. Like, this is bad, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad, and we're gonna now harp on it. And you're not actually gonna see the real reality of what's going on out there. So anyways, I'm fascinated by it. The market, of course, is loaded for all of this stuff, right? The market is loaded for explosions of volatility. And one of the last reports I read last night was Gamma Labs put out a note that said, why hasn't the market sold off? Because all of the stuff was loaded in. All of this stuff is loaded in, or has been loading for the past 4 weeks, right? 4 weeks, 6. Some of the stuff we already knew, right? We already kind of knew where the Ukraine stuff was. We already knew where the Israel and Hezbollah and Iran stuff kind of is or was. We knew that a hurricane was coming, right? Helene, we knew was coming. This was 4 weeks ago, right? We already know there's an election coming, and it's been an intensification of this is going to happen. This is going to happen. All along the way without anything actually happening in the market. And then we have these explosions of volatility along the way. Slam, send the market down lower. Slam, send the market down lower. Now squeeze it up higher. Now slam it down lower. And it's bizarre because I'm looking at these prior quarters with midterm elections, QE3, other ones with hurricanes like Wilma, I think, was the highest on record. Put that for you. Highest on record. I don't know, like millibars of pressure, wind shear. Everybody's like an armchair meteorologist right now too. I'm like, okay. But all that stuff combined, we should have crashed at this point. Is my point, right? If all of this volatility is real, if you write it all down, it's bizarre. It's just like, wait a minute, you got all this volatility. They're just stacking up all of this stuff, and yet the market is still resilient-ish. It's almost like it's running on a pre-designed. Hold on a minute here. A little bit smaller so you can see the price action. It's almost as if the market's running on a pre-designed playbook, and you'll hear this playbook mentioned at different times in the year. They'll be like, oh, we didn't know how to run this, so we looked back into the 1970s, or we looked back in the 1980s or 1990s or 2000s, or we grabbed Bob from the basement and said, how did you guys do this in a similar environment in the past? And this price action, after reading that note from Gamma Labs, I'm like, yeah, this fucking price action looks predetermined. Like, it doesn't really matter what garbage news they're spinning on with AI. It's got to be written language models. That's what I'm thinking it is. It's just like, I don't know, like you couldn't do this in the past and you can do it today. It's like just flood the market with, or not just the market, but just the news with overload. Doesn't matter if it's positive or negative or whatever. Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't know if I'm getting old. Maybe my brain just doesn't want to comprehend all of that stuff. But do you guys remember? Find out if you guys. Here, I'll look inside the Discord chat. I don't remember a time where I'm trying to keep track of all of this shit. I'm like, I don't even fucking know what I'm eating for dinner tonight. There's like, it's almost, it's got to be AI driven. And we have CPI coming up still too, right? Like, if you were to list all this shit off, it just looks like garbage. It looks like, fuck it, what do we care? Just smear it. Smear it everywhere. It's claim that it's this reason, claim that it's that reason. If it truly was any of all of those reasons, the market should be at fucking zero, is my point. If it was for any number of those reasons that everyone is arguing about, the market should be at zero. Maybe not zero, but it should be down like 10% twice in the next 2 weeks, right? That's what it should be. And it's not, is it? We talked about that a couple weeks ago with the 2012 example. The market reined in all of that volatility. Upside volatility, dragged it back down. Downside volatility, dragged it back up, and then just traded this classic setup. And you see it almost like to a certain degree, almost every end of quarter and new quarter, and especially in the fall, some kind of similarity to it. Doesn't have to trade exactly. No requirement of that, but there's like the similar pattern that's there almost every single instance. As a matter of fact, the Wilma one, they just blasted it down early. It was like, we got it all done by October. We don't care if we get it done by October 15th or November 15th. This is the fucking trade right here. I'm just looking at all that stuff last night. I'm like, man, and then so on top of all of that, where you have like normal trading, right? Normal expectations, you also are being bombarded by nonsense the whole way now. Just nonstop. It's like, this doesn't stick, this will. If that doesn't stick, this will. And I'm just like, man, this is by design. Reminds me of like an AI painting where the fingers don't quite match up, or an AI video where something doesn't match up to the timing of the rest of the video, that kind of stuff. It just looks like shit on a plate. Absolute shit on a plate. We live in the Matrix. I said that to my buddy. I was like, when the fuck did the? I was like, when did the what do they call that thing? When did the singularity start? I want back in I want 2014, 16, 17. I'll take that. Prefer pre-COVID, or not COVID. Prefer pre 9/11, but I'll take 14, 16, 17, somewhere in there. There's got to be. I don't know. I know I sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I don't put it past these guys that they're running these things. That they're. I noticed it. I noticed it a lot on Reddit, where every post is like, you have to have a specific reaction, and if you don't fall in line with that reaction, downvoted to hell. I noticed it recently on the Detroit subreddit. There was someone that made a joke, and they were getting downvoted in the background of a post, And I was like, here, man, have an upvote. I'm surprised right now you're getting downvoted in a local subreddit. Like, normally local subreddits are pretty benign. They're like flavored with your local wherever you live. And our subreddit in Detroit is has something going on. Someone's running a bot in there or something. It's like, you have to be in line with the rest of Reddit. It's like, no, you're losing what's special about local subreddits, that they have their own flavor, right? That they kind of mimic wherever it is you are. Smaller subreddits are great. They're not overrun usually. And ours is becoming overrun with regurgitate. This post was meant for this exact reaction. If you don't give that exact reaction. And there used to be some flavor, right? You could make a post and then you'd scroll through and you'd see different ideas that aren't necessarily competing, just different ideas or tangents. They call it serendipity. Serendipity is not a famous, I don't know, he owns one of the tech blogs out there, one of the famous tech blogs. And he was discussing the difference in serendipity and written language models, or even just the concept of AI in general, and the difference between that and humans. And he was talking about how he generalized it, but he made a statement there. They were like, what do you mean? He's like, well, a written language model only has access to the information that you give it. Unless they get released into the world. They're only as good as the information you feed them, basically, right? And his point was, serendipity is kind of fascinating in the human experience. You can read about a topic, let's say like tomatoes, and we'll use tomatoes as the example. It's easy. And get all you want to know about tomatoes from like the topical side of the internet, let's say. It's like Google is very topical in its information content. You might think it's amazing, but it really isn't. It's kind of like surface level. Now, if you were to go to, let's say, a library, his example was if you go to a library and you want to look up tomatoes for a book that you're writing, a research paper, let's say, and you happen to be in a library with a librarian, and you say, can you show me your books on tomatoes? And the librarian's walking you down there and says, I don't have a lot of books on tomatoes at this library. This library is more focused on, I don't know. It's more focused on cars. And I don't have a lot of books on tomatoes, but I got a bunch of books on cars. And there was a car known as the Tomato back in 1955. And I always found that fascinating that it was known as the Tomato and for all these different reasons. And so the researcher or the writer goes down that aisle, and just because they spoke to a librarian, they got serendipity, a discussion that left the normal track of tomato research. And so this researcher starts to read about the tomato car from the 1950s. There isn't a real car, by the way, about tomatoes or called the Tomato. But that brings on new research for that writer. And all of a sudden that writer's initial, like, I'm going to write a book about this, turns into a book about tomato cars in the 1950s. And they find some way to correlate this with growing real tomatoes. It becomes a kid's book. And that's that serendipity. And it would be a valid conversation and a discussion about tomatoes on Reddit. So you could have a post about tomatoes on Reddit, and you'd go through the conversations, and you would see someone talking about maybe the idea of tomatoes, then someone's talking about tomato cars, and then you get these different breaks or layers of discussion on kind of the same topic, but kind of not. And you don't see that anymore. Now it's like post about this and answer specifically in this way to get a reaction. It's like reaction. and these are the only accepted answers. Only accepted answers on this topic, and it reminds me of written language models. You can only have so many answers that are allowed, and I need to get a reaction. I need to get this information out there to push whatever narrative that I need to push. So I'm fascinated by that with the stock market right now, and the amount of perceived volatility out there, and what happens once that volatility is gone, or the season of volatility is over. Because we're in the tail end of the season of volatility. So it just so happens that in the tail end of this seasonality for volatility, that this year in particular, it seems a little more outrageous than prior years, and it makes me wonder about like how much of this is real, how much of this is trying to push a narrative by slamming a button saying, you know what, I got access to this program, I'm gonna push this narrative that fits the volatility narrative, right? That time of year, it's like peak manufacturing of volatility at the precise time where we're at the end of a season of volatility, historically known for volatility. I wonder how that plays out over the years. Does it get more and more absurd? It's almost like a Mel Brooks film at some point, where it just becomes a world of bizarro as time moves on. I'm fascinated to see what it's like next September, October. Do they like outdo themselves? Like, I was thinking about this last. So my buddy calls me. So my buddy and I were talking all day long yesterday, and but the last conversation of the night, it was like a 5-minute conversation, and I'm like, can you just imagine what they're going to come up with every year? Like, we're in the season of volatility. Let's run the mega package. I'm just like, I don't know what they're going to do. How do they top themselves? Because AI would try to top itself, wouldn't it? It'd be like, which level of volatility do we want this season? Last year we did an 8, sir. Let's make it a 9 this year. We entered an alternate timeline in 2012. I kid you not. Like, just like, it reminds me of the AI paintings. I'm like, there's something wrong. There's something not natural about this volatility. The market should be at 0 right now with the expectations. And yesterday at like 6:30 in the afternoon, yesterday about 6:30 in the afternoon, there was reports coming out that an earthquake was measured in Iran and Israel. Something like it was like 10 kilometers below the surface and stuff like that. And the initial thought was, what did they test, a nuclear bomb or something? The market like immediately like bled down for 5 or 10 minutes. I'm like, who's got this? Like, who's monitoring this stuff? Market's like on edge at 6:30 yesterday, just waiting for the shoe to drop to blast to the downside. So I think that I would leave that with you here this morning, which is this. This is what it's all ties into and culminates into. On Sunday, I made you a post. I made a weekend brief for you that talked about what Larry Williams had to say about markets being supportive, and when they're most supportive, what time of year they're most supportive. Regardless of price action today, there's volatility out there. And there's manufactured volatility out there. It might be real volatility, and whatever the case may be, it's being amplified. It's like overload of volatility. VIX is showing it. SPX at the money vol is showing it. And the market is becoming more violent. Right? It's like up, down, up, down, up, down. And just waiting for one of these events to go wrong for the market to bleed out pretty heavily. And even right now, it's like, think about this right now. So if any one of these volatile events, right? You got CPI, you've got FOMC minutes, you've got Dixie cranking right now, you've got 10-year yield cranking right now, taking a breather. WTI taking a breather, Brent taking a breather, light sweet crude, VIX taking a breather right now. But when you have this stuff in the background, if any of these things do go wrong, it would be easy to wake up one morning and be like, oh, yeah, we're down, 6%. We're down 10% now. Now we're going to bounce. Now we're down another 10%. There was hedging put on the market yesterday for a trip down to 4,800 and 5,200. And I'm like, what would send us down to that fucking price? Like, what the hell are they expecting? I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's election volatility. I don't know if it's pricing in tariffs and a Trump presidency. And these people are putting hedges on at the most inopportune moments. They weren't putting that hedge on prior to yesterday's open. I have asked you guys for the last 2 or 3 weeks, are you going to put a hedge on? Are you going to put a hedge on? Are you going to put a ratio spread on? We're up here right now, 575. No, not yet. And we have a volatility yesterday, a move lower into the close. And that's my question to you now. Like, I have that same question for you right now. Were you putting on hedges at the close yesterday? Did you put them on Friday at the close? We literally talked about it on Friday close. If you didn't, do you have exposure to the market and can ride it out? Do you have no exposure in the market? You're kind of like me. Like, I've got no exposure in the market. Of course, I keep waiting. I don't put a hedge on. I'm like, yeah, I'll do it as soon as we hit this number. 478, 480, I'll definitely hedge. So I haven't hedged either. But I find it fascinating. Because the market is saying... the market in general is saying that we can wake up any day this week, next week, I don't know, into the freaking election or after the election or whenever the Fed decides it's 25 or 50 basis points. What do we get? The 5th, 6th, like the election's in the 5th. We get the 6th, 7th, I think, is the FOMC rate decision for November. And then, of course, we've got the neither political party is happy with the outcome, so they're all going to want to recount regardless of who wins. Literally, regardless who wins, everybody's going to be angry, right? So can you withstand that move down? Yesterday, I don't know. I wasn't here yesterday, so I don't know what you guys were talking about yesterday. But I want to know from your perspective yesterday into yesterday's closing bell.
Futures fall $4 a barrel.
Do you feel like you were left naked,
cents a barrel,
or not? Like, did you feel naked? Did you not feel naked? Did you feel like you needed some protection on? Did you buy protection at the worst possible time? I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. Are you going to put protection on now, or not? And that post from Larry Williams on Sunday. That post where we discussed Larry Williams on Sunday says you stand out of the way until we come into that part of the season where the market is supportive for that second leg up into the end of the year and maybe January, February, that kind of a time period. Or do you just buy a fat dip whenever you can and not look at the market until then? You don't hedge nothing. You just get long as fuck and don't look at it. We'll take a look at China stocks today because they're saying, JPM saying overnight the major development was China's NDRC press conference where the details of the fiscal policy or package were not announced. HSI fell 9.4%. On the risk-off move today, our colleague Mike Romley tells us that one issue is mechanical. New retail account openings over the holiday but cannot be traded until tomorrow, October 9th. So estimates, another one, risk profit-taking existing accounts recovered from the initial capital. China market should be fine. There should be just a quick back test. The daily trigger is crossing on all of those indexes right now. So there'd be a pullback to that daily trigger if you want to look at that at home. Oppenheimer, as we adjust 2024 estimates to reflect third quarter 24 production and deliveries, we previewed Tesla's AI robot event on Thursday. We expect the event to be a robust showcase of its AI products and capabilities with the intent of confirming the company's AI leadership. Below, we highlight areas that will be important building investor confidence in Tesla's platform, including navigation of snow and rain for autonomy and humanoid joint articulation integrated with vision and decision-making capabilities. We also believe the company will attempt to demonstrate how compute and software investments are driving advantaged learning cycles versus peers. We believe the hype into the event will be challenging to live up to and that both bulls and bears will see validation of their theses. There was last night I saw some shit coming across the wire saying along the robot event for Tesla. We'll take a look at them this morning. Still no breakout here. They did show a I like Tesla here a lot. SPY squeezing right now. I like Tesla here prolonging into that robotics event. They did get that squeeze up back here. That even though they got this lower high right here, for a squeeze higher. Price target 260 on Tesla. As long as volatility doesn't jump into the market. SPO's now squeezing higher, trading 572.50. Keep your eye on that red bar still above. You can see it more closely. I'm about to hedge myself, I think. I'm getting close. I just need a little bit more up. Jesus Christ, I'm looking at ratio spreads right now for mid-January. They're not fucking cheap. They're expensive as fuck. I'm gonna watch this really quick here. I'm going to read something to you right now. So what has been particularly striking is how historically wide the spread between the VIX and the S&P 500 realized vol has gotten, with the VIX now close to 14 points over a 10-day realized vol, 98th percentile since 2004. In fact, it has been quite rare to see such a divergence at these VIX levels. The escalation of conflict in the Middle East has likely played some role in implied vol ratcheting higher, but the entry of numerous key upcoming catalysts within the VIX's 30-day calendar day window, with the latest being the U.S. election, has also been a key driver of this implied to realized gap, in our view. More specifically, event risk from these catalysts looks to have steepened skew, as evidenced by the historically wide spread between the VIX and the 1-month S&P vol. That's from Bank of America Equity Derivatives Research. Yeah, that's my question too. My question, like this has to do with my question too, is I realize that some of this is the Mideast, but I don't think that the Mideast could trigger World War III. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like hats off for a minute. Like the whole entire they're positing that the Middle East escalation could be real. I don't think. I looked back at the 2000 and I looked back on the 2005. 2012. Israel was threatening to blow up some nuclear research facilities in Iran or Iran. And I heard a pretty good argument about this recently. They used to say like Iran was 5 years away from developing a nuclear bomb or whatever. They're like 15 minutes away from it now, right? Like maybe a week.
It's the US to sell $95 billion in 4
They have ballistic missiles, right? We know that. And we know that like third world dictatorships like Korea had no problems developing nuclear arms. There's some politics here. There's some politics in the Middle East where if Iran ever follows through with development of a nuclear weapon, it would change the paradigm of the Middle East. Now, Israel is thought to have nuclear weapons. Either they've developed or the U.S. has given them, doesn't matter. But when you have some of these other states come out and say, hey, I've got a nuclear weapon, i.e. Iran, let's say, you would almost automatically expect Saudi Arabia to arm themselves with nuke and have like some kind of a rat race of MAD, right? MADD, where everybody has to have nukes now to ensure that none get set off, which is, of course, dangerous. I think behind like a closed door, even people in Saudi Arabia were like, yeah, we don't want everybody having nukes over here. You know, I don't trust the five people that I'm sitting with in this room here. Even if I'm friendly with them, I don't trust them, right? So, like, do I think that Iran has nukes? Probably not. It would be like a last case scenario for Iran to even announce if they did have them, to say we have them or something like that. It would have to be a situation where there was like imminent danger to everyone in Iran. Right? We're gonna bomb you with nuclear weapons or some kind of nonsense like that, which of course Israel more than likely does not want to do. They want to precisely take out certain actors and leaders and stuff like that. They're not trying to make a glass parking lot in Iran that we know of, at least at this point. So I don't know if that's real. Like that Middle East volatility, is that actually real? I was thinking about that too with the election volatility and what people are the perceived volatility ahead for us. I made a post on Twitter, I think, yesterday where I said, spend some time thinking about the after-election reaction. Said that's weird. People are being set up today to like be sore losers. Doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. There's like a setup there. It's like a predetermined setup. Whatever happens, if you lose, you should be angry and mad. You should think that something bad got us here. There was election interference. There was this. There was that. Doom and gloom. No matter, there's like that winner or that loser of the election should experience. I don't know what some fucking shit they're spinning today. And I was thinking about that with the Iran and Israel conflict right now. It's set up. We're gonna have a nuclear war, World War III, most definitely. If tensions increase, then you should expect some kind of, I don't know, some kind of like World War III fallout. And I don't know how real that is. So then I'm talking to my brother-in-law yesterday because his side of the family, they got a lot of Republicans in Florida, and we were chatting about
So
that. I
Nvidia
was like,
shares are currently up
he's a
following
Democrat.
Nvidia touting its energy efficiency of.
I asked him directly. I was like, if you lost the election and let's say Trump won, what would your reaction be? What would you accept versus what you've been told? Would you be okay with this or that? Or I'm not going to mention here what I said to him, but I'm like, is this okay with you? Was like, can you accept a conservative outcome? Yeah, it's normal for the U.S. to be to have Democrat outcomes, Republican outcomes. Does that necessarily preclude you from doom and gloom that you're being fed? Which they do to both parties, right? That feed you. Like if the Democrats win, you'll never have to vote again. If the Republicans win, you'll never vote again. I think both sides, or not both sides. I think one side said that. I think Elon maybe said it.
Tech-heavy Nasdaq 100.
I think Trump said it too.
Nvidia's.
Don't worry, you'll never have to vote again. You vote me in office. I think Elon said if you vote for the Democrats, you'll never get a chance to vote again. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Whatever you want to say, whatever shit you're piling on a plate or whatever.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the?
But it does make me fascinating to say it to think that the setup is there and volatility is set up there, or at least the perceived volatility out there is that one of these events is going to be bad, right? It's either going to be a contested election, it's going to be, I don't fucking know, like World War III in the Middle East, Hurricane number 5, and all of Florida falls off the earth. Something like that. And I don't know if that's true or not, or if it happens. Is it just that the volatility is there, or is it real volatility? Is there real threat to our markets? And if these markets if we don't have that, what's the end result? And that's the key point here is, if none of those things come to pass in the season of volatility, if you don't have a greater war that expands, if you don't have, let's say this hurricane doesn't do as much damage as perceived, that can take place. Maybe it's bad, but not as bad as it could be. I looked at Wilma too. Wilma did damage. I didn't see an effect on the stock market. I looked for the market actually ground up and higher after Wilma hit, which is one of the top ones ever, I think, right? That last time that hit Florida. I didn't see a huge market reaction from Wilma. So I'm looking at these like, or these projections for Milton, and I'm like, yeah, you'd really have like Florida would have to fall off the literally like break off and float away or something like an old Warner Brothers cartoon. So what's up next after that? You get CPI, you get the Fed, you get war. Maybe war can do it. If the war expanded, we could drop 8, 9, 10%. That would be the expectation. If Israel and Iran blow up some more, but I don't think it has to be nuclear war, which I think a lot of people are talking about. Right? It's World War III or nothing. Nuclear war or we bust. And the Vol is saying that. Vol is saying like bad shit can happen. So I don't know that the hurricane could do it. No matter the outcome, I don't think that it could do it. Maybe it would have to be truly, truly devastating. Truly devastating. We just had a Hurricane Helene that's done atrocious stuff. Market did not react where we had a crash. So I don't see the hurricanes doing it. I can see an expanded war where it's not like precise. I guess if you dragged in the entire Middle East into war, that would give us like 8 or 9 or 10%. I don't see the real threat that you should worry about with World War III with that. Maybe just an expansion of war, but I still doubt it. It's still a small shot. And the last one would be the election. And I think people would be shocked at their regardless of outcome, their acceptance of the outcome after a few weeks, 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. So if that's true, I would say that the only real risk right now, or the tangible risk, might be an expansion of a conventional war between Israel and Iran. Maybe 8-10% downside move, and maybe another 8 or 10% the most if you priced in a Trump win, and just into the market, just pricing it in. That could get you down to that 480, 5,200, something like that. I can see why the hedge is there in place. Yesterday, people hedged for that yesterday for that possibility. I could see that as being, I don't know, maybe a 35% chance of both of those things happening. One of them, maybe 40% chance. But the next question becomes, if that doesn't happen, where does the market go? It should fucking moon, right? Volatility says that it should moon once that volatility is gone. So whenever I come into the end of all of this, there's a date on, like there's a Best Buy date on this volatility. And every day that passes, that volatility becomes less and less and less. So regardless of outcome, I would expect that at least, like what Larry Williams was saying, that by that, I don't know, the tail end of that risk, November 5th, November 15th, somewhere in there, October 31st, if we haven't already blasted down that far, this market should move to the upside. There should be I would expect no other events this year that could top. Oh, shit. Hold on. I got to watch this closely here. We're getting pretty goddamn close, aren't we? Like, what else could you line up? Like, what are you going to do? Go into, like, November and December? Like, middle of November and December? Like, okay, boys, we got more vol for you. Like, what is it going to be? What could top the volatility from this season right now? I don't think there's anything that could. I hope not. This is your chance. You got your chance. If you're a bear, you got your chance, man. It's all here. Like you wrote it all down. It's like bear fables and shit. And then off the giant mountain came God and wiped Florida off the map. Yeah, I know. UFO lands at the White House. I just saw that comment. What else could they write? It would have to be something insano, right? Captain Insano here. It's December. JPM declares bankruptcy. Jamie Dimon's walking down Wall Street right now with a tin cup out, asking for donations on CNBC. CNBC is doing man on the street interview with Jamie Dimon right now. Middle of winter freezing. I think that's all you can do. I like the UFOs in the White House lawn bit. That would be nice too. I don't think they could top it this. I think this is it. I think they did it this year. I think this was the one where like everything is doom. Everything is the doom scenario. Which one is it going to be? I don't know. I would expect the market to rip. That's what I would think. I would think that once all this fall passes, I don't know what you do then. I would assume straight vertical. Like, come on, baby, just a little bit more. Are you going to give me one more or no? I just want one more pump here. Don't roll yet. Watch out here. Hey, one quick second. I got to check something. Nope. Mm. New federal reporting requirement for BOI. There's a lot of changes going on with like there's a lot of business rule changes. Sorry, I got an email that said I got to do this thing. Like, do it right now or face fines. It's a little bit of a bear plane forming here. See if we backtest this 5-minute trigger. Not quite yet. A little bit of stalling, but not quite bearish yet. There's a bunch of like changes coming, like end of this year. There's like business, or there's like new rules this year. This thing called BOI, and then there's like a state stuff and tax stuff that's sunsetting. If you make over $400,000 a year, you should be concerned. One more pump, please. A hotel near the Grand Canyon. Which part of the Grand Canyon? There's a lot of different places to see the Grand Canyon. They're all ship boxes, by the way. There are like resorts down there, Winky. There are some really nice resorts. There's one in particular. Let me look it up. Yeah, Amani. I've stayed at Amani Gary once before. I don't think it was. I don't remember it being called that. But I think they have multiple. I think they have other places where like their family of hotels has more than one place. Amman Resorts. That's what they are. Amman. I don't know if they've got one near Grand Canyon though. November will be cold there, Winky. It'll be cold, brother. Like at nighttime, it drops super cold, especially like that part of the desert, like Arizona desert, is like really like November, December gets freezing, balls freezing in the wintertime at nighttime. You're going to Phoenix, then Sedona, then Grand Canyon, then Vegas. Are you driving from Phoenix up to Vegas or no? If that's all driving, there's some really nice places to stop. Flying to PHX, flying out of LV. Sedona's badass. You could go down to, if you fly into Phoenix, I don't know how much time you have. Phoenix has these Superstition Mountains that are kind of cool for like a day trip. There's some planes that have crashed there too. Some real tragedies have happened out in those mountains. But I don't particularly like Phoenix personally. I found it to be well, where are the Oman resorts? I stayed in one in Utah. It was badass. There was a couple nice places too, like Utah, southern Utah had some where the I'm trying I gotta look at a map. Hold on here. I gotta see what's near you where you're going. One more fucking pump, please. Yeah, so you're going to Sedona. And then after you leave Sedona, you're going to Grand Canyon. Oh, dude, you're going by some really cool shit. I'm assuming you're going to the North Rim of Grand Canyon. Then you're going to Las Vegas. Or I'll tell you this. like for real, not to be missed, Zion National Park. And there's some dope ass resorts there. Like that blows away the Grand Canyon, I'm not going to lie. Zion makes Grand Canyon look like, it's okay. But like Zion shouldn't be missed. Stay away from Hurricane. Like that southern Utah where you're driving through is badass. Parts of it. There are some places up there that are insane. Flagstaff is kind of cool, but you don't need to see all of Flagstaff. But there's like some side routes in Flagstaff you can take, Winky. There's like volcanic mountain ski fields, like backcountry stuff that's really badass for like picture taking and that kind of stuff. It's just as pretty as, in my view, like Grand Canyon to me is not that awesome. Mexico has a Grand Canyon that's better than the U.S. Grand Canyon, believe it or not. The south rim of Big Bend National Park, Chisos Mountains. But if you want to see it, right? Like I get it. You want to go see the Grand Canyon at least once. It's like living the Brady Bunch dream. I saw it. Sedona's beautiful. You're going to like it. It's absolutely stunning. You're going to want to be awake for like early mornings and late nights. I would like, if I got to Phoenix, like flew into Phoenix, I would try to buy a telescope. Even if you donate it afterwards, like buy a telescope or bring some binoculars or monocular or something for the night skies. It's like an upside down ocean, brother. I always like New Mexico and Arizona. If you get the right view, it's like an ocean upside down. It's the only best way to describe it. And November's a good time to be viewing the night sky too. Get like a monocular of some kind. Bring one with you, or like a spotting scope. If you're not going to do like the telescope thing when you get there. It's like epic. You could stay up all night long just looking at the sky. It's that absolutely stunning and beautiful. And without a doubt, like the sky is epic, and then the nighttime sky, man, it looks like a poster or a picture. Especially like the late fall, early winters. Flagstaff's like the city of Flagstaff. They say they've got a new hipster place. Like Flagstaff's becoming more like gentrified. I would skip Flagstaff as a town, and it's like they have a million of them. Sedona's a better example. But surrounding Flagstaff is badass. And the driving up there is badass. Driving up and down from there, it's like a big climb up and down. Great picture taking. I think the route that you're on too is like that. It's like it almost looks like a forest road, even though it isn't. Like how it's maintained and stuff. I'd be staying in Sedona without a doubt. Grand Canyon, though, there isn't much that Kebab National Forest. There isn't much there, man. I might go there I might try to like show up there in the morning. How long is the drive from Grand Canyon to Zion? Let's add that in and see how far away that is. God damn, you got a ton of driving in there, duder. $11 of driving, man. You're a savage. So Grand Canyon to Zion is 4 hours, 9 minutes. Sedona to Grand Canyon is like an hour and a half. I bet you could like pump your way out of Sedona. I bet if you like left early in the morning in Sedona, you could catch a sunrise at Grand Canyon. Yeah, I'm looking wiki. Like it looks like you know what I would say, brother? I would say like now here's a problem. Zion closes one of their tunnels, I think in the winter. But I don't know when it's closed. There's like two exits. There's a back exit and a front exit to Zion. But I kid you not, like the West is huge, right? It's easy driving. You just like set it and forget it. If it was me, I would go to like Sedona, spend some time there, enjoy that shit. Skip out on Phoenix, just leave. Just like get out of the airport and just go. There's way better that you can see. Like the drive-through Flagstaff's going to be badass. Sedona's going to be badass. And I truly believe that you're like people build up the Grand Canyon as being something more than it turns out to be. So you like show up early in the morning before all the tourists show up. They all sleep in. You just show up like at dawn. Get some dope pictures. If you've never been out west, Winky, right? Like they have this place called Grand Staircase, and there's I think it's Grand Staircase. There's another one too, like Utah, Arizona, and like the sun comes up in the morning, and it just like everything just turns like yellow, orange. It looks like a lost city of gold, and it's like epic picture taking, epic. Views, but it doesn't last too long. It lasts like 2 hours, 3 hours. I'd like go to Grand Canyon in the morning, brother, get there early, and then I would bounce and I would hit Zion. And Zion is like a special place. And I think you could put that on your itinerary easily. And there's a bunch of other, like Bryce Canyons over there. There's some like really cool like shit up in there. That's a whole trip in itself, man. Like Southern Utah could be like a whole week. Oh, you are? You're going to do a dedicated trip? Right on. Dude, if you go to Utah, right, have everything be guided. Unless you're from there, make it all guided. So they show you the best of the best of the best. Like wherever you go, if you go to the Wave, if you go to any places in Utah, just have it guided. Make it simple and easy. Like hit the easy button. There's so much to see there, dude. It's like, unless you like live there and have, I don't know, 2-3 weeks in the spring and fall to hit it every year for a bunch of years, you just pay for it to experience it. I don't think there's anywhere in the U.S. that's that special. Southern Utah, like in like the lower 48, I don't think there's any other place that offers quite that like concentration of cool ass shit. Come on, man, just do it. Just slam up there. $11:30 in the morning. There's nothing like it, Winky. I don't think there's any trip in the United States, bro, that's more special than that trip. I've been everywhere, man. And I don't think anything's ever equaled it. And if you had like the easy button, it's definitely Zion of like all the different places to go in Utah. Zion in particular is like all concentrated, all right there. You can get mixed everything. And there's a guy, dude. You know, Winky, there's a dude on YouTube. He just had like a he just had an mountain emergency recently, or his friend did. There's like a backpacker hiker guy from Arizona, dude, and he does some really cool Arizona hiking videos. Not that you're going to be hiking like backpack muling or anything like that, but he's got some really special spots in Arizona that he's shown on his videos. I haven't watched him in a while, but there's a guy, there's like a thru hiker that lives in Arizona. He's kind of famous on YouTube. Just look him up, like Arizona hiker or something like that. And that guy shows some really, really special places in Arizona too. Yeah, Seguro's nice too. Seguro's really badass. I like Seguro. Yeah, Yellowstone, West Wyoming, Southern Tetons. That would be another special place. I'd give that too. I agree with that. Southern Tetons in particular, and maybe, yeah, Glacier would work. Montana's like that too, but it doesn't have the vast. Like I think Montana cuts the like parts of Montana cut the mustard. Parts of Montana can be absolutely fucking epic. And Glacier can be epic. My family has a ranch in the southeastern corner of Montana, which is like the Black Hills. Some of that area is insane too. That's got like the big, it's got the big rock from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It's got this like soil that's super super dark, with like lush green and this like scrub brush pine, and even though it's only hilly there, but it's still like epic. I'd agree with that. Montana's got some special parts to it. So does Wyoming. Southern Tetons for sure, for the lower 48 at least. I think the thing about Utah that makes it special is the vast difference in elevation, how the topography changes as you gain and lose elevation in Utah. Dude, when you get to, if you have any time in Vegas, Winky, go to Meow Wolf. Like, bring the whole family and spend time at Meow Wolf. Yeah, that's nice. It's a nice picture. I like that picture. There's nothing like that shit. Like I live in Michigan now. Like that whole green tunnel thing. Like Michigan's like, we're the best of the best. I'm like, you have no idea. Like you're out of your mind. And I've hiked at this point most of Michigan. I think I've got 2 places I haven't done. I haven't done Porcupine. I've done most of Michigan's like top rated stuff. It ain't got nothing on the southwest, or the west or the southwest. California doesn't do it for me either. California looks, to me, is overrun. Even NorCal. Like there's something like wild about Montana, Wyoming, parts of Utah. Like there's like you get scared. You're like, yeah. There's like an overwhelming feeling of the how infantilely small you are out there, and you're just like literally breathtaking. Yeah, Meow Wolf is the shit. You can't not do it. You have to do it at least once. They're in a bunch of cities now. They're in like Denver, Vegas, a bunch of other cities. I know the guy who started Meow Wolf. I used to be close friends with him. He's a cool guy. He just got yelled. I think he just got in trouble recently too, but he was never that guy. Come on, just squeeze, dude. Get up there. Stop burning options. Just squeeze, please. Nice. Horseshoe Bend, baby. I've been there. I've been in Horseshoe Bend. I've actually been on that river right there. Yep. I've been right there. I know Horseshoe Bend. My daughter was just out in Yellowstone. She was there this summer. She took a summer vacation there. She loved it. Oh, dude, my daughter with the braces. So my daughter yesterday morning, I had to take her to change out braces and stuff. She just had her wisdom teeth removed.
Israeli Broadcasting Authority says Netanyahu summoned the security cabinet for urgent consultations.
And so someone's in the Discord talking about taking your kids out west. My oldest daughter just had her wisdom teeth removed and new brace fronts put on, new wires and stuff. Or I don't know what the fuck that shit is, but I never had braces. She said when they took them out that she felt like her teeth were falling out of her head.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk.
I've never had braces, so I don't know what the experience is like having them.
Yeah, for our real-time service.
Well, one more pump. Just give me a quick pumperoonie. Anyway, she got new braces yesterday, or like new fronts or whatever. Like purple ones and a new wire brace. She's like, I don't feel good. So I'm watching the market yesterday. I'm like, oh God, they're doing the grind where they can't go higher. I'm like, do you want to play hooky with daddy today? She's like, yes, daddy. This is my grown teenage daughter. She's like 16 going on 17 going on 30. And my wife is like, she's off site today. Well, not today, yesterday. And so I'm like, yeah, I'll spend some time with it. Let's hang out. So we spent the day together yesterday. It was awesome. I never get to spend any time with my oldest daughter like that anymore. And so we spent yesterday afternoon together, or morning, late morning, and then early afternoon. Yeah, I didn't know that that's how she said it felt like her teeth were going to fall out. Like literal. She's like, I think my teeth are going to fall out. I have this feeling of losing all of my teeth. And I'm like, really? Let me just post some stuff for you guys here. I got a bunch of stuff inside of my phone. I'm going to read this to you really quick. So just a heads up for you out there, if you're trying to trade, if you're coming up with trades for earnings season, I've got a white paper here for you. This is as of today. You can actually see what was bought and what was sold this week. Heading into earnings season.
According to S&P Global Data, US one-year credit default swap hits 33 basis points, the highest since January.
Yeah, Ferris Bueller day off. We interviewed a guy this morning for, we finally were able to get an interview in with a social media manager this morning. We've been meaning to put that meeting together, so I'm kind of stoked about that. Doug, if I have any thoughts on clean and secure, hold on.
In about 10 minutes' time, we get the EIA steel report.
That's not what I'm trying to get rid of.
So looking at the prior Zen steel current year crude forecast prior of 13.25, seeing here US 5-year credit default swaps rise to 42 basis points, a 5-month peak, again according to S&P Global Data.
It's a nice ticker overall. I like it was sold down at the depths of hell. Almost looks like distribution now, doesn't it, Doug? Or at least to back test that weekly cross. No social media manager? Yeah. I've been looking for one for a couple of years. I have a hard time meeting all of my obligations. So like, here's an example. Matter of fact, one of you that's in the Discord chatting right now sent me a DM the other day saying thanks Cap or something like that, and I couldn't respond. I didn't have the time to respond in DMs. So like I need it's like another example would be on YouTube videos, right? I get commentary weeks, months later. So it's not a social media manager like, I don't know, famous or anything like that. It's more like so I have someone right now that goes through all the YouTube videos and repetitively, like every month. And they check to see a few things. Like, so sometimes what'll happen is like I'll have a video, let's say that's like a month old, right? Bots will go in there and say something like, I don't know, I really like CaptainJimJames' show, but you know, we all learned how to make money, I don't know, on website blah 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 blah. So we'll go through and clean out all of those comments, like go in, surgically remove them, block and ban those YouTube handles and stuff like that. But then sometimes somebody will come in and say something like, I got this or I got that, or I have a question for you. They just leave a comment and we don't see it. So like it gets back to me. Like person that I have doing that right now is like, someone asked this question or asked that question. Do you want to answer it? So I'll answer the question. So it's not really manager. It's more, I don't know. Maybe it is social media man. I don't know. But anyways, what it does is it gets stuff that I need to get to me, right? To talk to or to talk to somebody. It's like on Discord, I've got 20, 30 DMs a day. Sometimes. FinTwit. Tens of DMs every day. Email. I get I think I have 3 different email addresses floating around out there, just like email hammered all day long. And I have to answer, not just have to answer, but want to answer questions and stuff like that, and can't always do it. So I need help with that, like time management kind of stuff. If I were to answer just emails and DMs on every platform, I would never do anything but that. It's that much time and effort. It really is. It's so much time and effort. And I don't want to not answer those questions. I want to be able to answer those questions, especially if they're important. You know, someone's like, I got this going on or that going on, or whatever.
So going to get the EIA steer report.
That up there. Check that.
So looking at the steer current year crude forecast, prior was 13.25. Forward year crude forecast.
Here's an example. I'll give you an example right now. So
year dry nat gas.
I'll give you an example of what I mean here.
3.7 and forward.
So I got one right now.
Gas forecast.
I used it as an example this morning. So Doug Fuller just asked about Clear, Secure, and U. Doug, I would say for continuation higher on U, I would first want to see a new high. It looks like distribution to me. So here's you right now, Doug.
According to a statement, Israel military says sirens sounded in Sderot and surrounding areas in southern Israel.
Turn this up for a moment here. The Bear Mafia is coming out now. We hear sirens. World War III. Doug, I would want to definitely see a new high and then a successful back test hourly trigger to move higher. The daily trigger is weak right now, just so you know.
For a year's worth
on a 30-minute basis. You also have a cross below
92%
of the weekly and monthly trigger. Those are typically bullish and can propel price higher.
1 minute to go now till we get the EIE steel report.
I am always looking though for that back check of true bullishness. So I would not be shocked to see a quick trip lower to that cross at 24.78. I would feel better buying it down below here on a quick back test lower on U. YOU, the ticker symbol. It's bullish though. It looks great. I'm assuming that it got IPO'd and they took all the money and ran it down. Just give me one quick squeeze, please. I just need a squeeze. Give me one quick squeeze, please. Now here's an example. Why do I need a social media manager? Here's a prime example. This morning on my screen popped up a ticker called MSS. It's Mason Solutions Incorporated. MSS is the ticker symbol, right? Let's go down and take a look at it really quick.
EIE data, Bank of France estimates include 0.25% in boost to third quarter GDP and GDP growth.
So look at how sexy this is a great one. See you. Let's look at you really quick.
In September as well, again from the Bank of France. Still waiting on the EIE data to come through.
Looks similar, doesn't it? Sorry, I haven't brought my mess yet.
French central bank sees underlying Q3 GDP growth of 0.2% versus previous forecast of 0.1 to 0.2% and expects Olympics to add 0.25 percentage points.
Voice news distant.
Turn that off. So you got the initial IPO launch, cranks up here, trade $60, gets sent down to the dumpster fire, right? Recent IPO, and then has a breakout moment, right? It's bullish. It's extremely bullish. And if you scale out a little bit, it's okay to wait for the move above for the new high for continuation to rip new highs. If it does come back down and just check this, that's okay too, right? The great ticker though. You see the turnaround in it. But here's an example, like not enough time in the day, right? This one came up this morning, MSS, right? Now, I can't talk about this here in the show, and please do not buy this freaking ticker. It's low float right now, but I would research it. It was one time trading stupid money. Had a high of $23. They dumped it down, IPO'd, sent it down to the dumpster. Oh, God damn, I got to watch SPY over here. And it's now looking to break out to the upside. Please don't buy this stock. It's going to be manipulated. Don't fuck with it. Now, I can't talk about this on the show, can I? Can't talk about it. Can't talk about it on YouTube. Can't talk about it. I made a rule that I don't want to discuss this shit in the Discord. But I would like to have a place to talk about this stuff on public. You know, like tickers like this. And this breakout that's happening. You see that daily trigger coming up from underneath, right? Trying to break out from that weekly trigger. You got a low down here of 66 cents. I think that traded $1.92 or something insane like that. Do I want to buy it right now? Fuck no. But if it ever like comes back down over here, maybe, you know, dollar like 76, 60 cents, 70 cents. 80 cents might be a contender. You know, just to buy and hold for, I don't know, 3 years or something. And if this breakout takes place, you know, if this, you guys please do not buy this goddamn ticker. I'm serious. Like, do not buy this stock. But I'm using it as an example. You know, I'd like to get that out there, you know, and I don't have the time to be. Like, I got the time, but I don't have the time to be like, yeah, I like the idea of that. And truthfully, I wouldn't buy this now. As a matter of fact, this particular ticker, I want to set an alert on this thing. So right down here, I'm like, yeah, set an alert down here. If it never tells me anything, no big deal. if this thing just runs away, it just runs away. But if it ever comes down here, a little alert pops up and woohoo! I can buy this piece of crap company. So I don't even want to buy it here. I want to buy it way, 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 way down here. It's probably going to take some time if it even happens. This could be like November or something. If I even get it, it might just run away from me. So, but this kind of stuff, like, I used this as an example this morning. I'm like, I don't have the time to be doing a write up on this and posting it on FinTwit and talking about it and all that kind of stuff. And these are always before, never after kind of things, right? They're I really don't care about I have like zero cares about after shit. I only care about the before, right? Like, and usually with some time before. It's easy to be like, I nailed this one thing, or I don't know, coming out after something and being like, as a matter of fact, I wasn't hedged on Friday. I never took the hedge on Friday, and I was like pissed off at myself. Like, why the fuck did you not do that? You already know there's volatility coming, right? You didn't do it. But this is one of those. That's one of those tickers where, I'm watching it and I'm like, this thing is. I want to watch it over the next month, 2 months. Put it on a watch list and see if it comes to me. And I don't have the time to do it anymore. I used to have the time. Before I streamed, I had the time to do that stuff and monitor it and watch it and, like, you know, stroke it and pet it and brush its hair and look at it. And these days I don't have the time. So I need that, a little bit of that in my life. Yeah, please don't. I'm serious. Don't buy it. Like, seriously, do not buy it. It's not ready. Or not that it's not ready. If you have 1,000 of those, you only need 1 or 2 to come your way. 3 of them come your way in a year, and it's a beautiful thing. God damn it! No new fucking high. I just want the squeeze up there, please. A series of higher lows. Watch out here for a roll to the downside. 1207. We got to 130. Yeah, it's more like social media moderators. A couple people we're talking to. I got like 2 or 3 people that we've been chatting with over time. Trying to find that right fit to do that work. It's a lot of hard work. Well, it's not a lot of hard work. It's easy work. But, like, you know, I have like expectations. Like, it's got to be like this or it's not going to happen. So I don't know. That's where we are. No, thank you, Doug. Thanks for bringing it up. It's a good one. I like it, man. Again, trying to roll us to the downside here. Take another swing at the topping. I want you to be aware here that it is critical as a bull that price today in this move breaks higher than right about there. If not, it's just a liquidity grab. This whole squeeze is just liquidity grab. Let's be very conscious of that for more perceived downside to come. If fucking bears just want to see the world burn. I'm always using the heel. The Bears are watching one place and one place only, like right here. That's all they care about, right there. As long as you don't go there, they're happy. And all I really care about, sorry, I'm yawning here. All I want to see is this right here. I want to min-max the top if I can. So I'll just stay patient. I saw someone say earlier they were long JPM. I didn't wanted to say something, but I didn't have a chance. Someone mentioned they were long JPM for their earnings. Are you going to sell banks before earnings or no? You ever notice that they like to sell them right before they ramp them and then sell them? Like the day before, or are you going to stay long into their ERs? I wondered that. I noticed that they tend to like sell the news on bank earnings. We should take a look at those. I'll take a look at those tonight. Your boy Diamond there, their rates are gonna go down. Where are they gonna make all their money? Right up there. R2's like above it too. R2's right up here. That'd be a pretty bullish outcome. When I take a look at Tiger, TIGR. Why do I know that ticker symbol? What do I know about that ticker symbol? I know something about that ticker symbol. I think they contacted me once. I'm gonna look. Tiger. What's the name of this fucking company? FinTech. I'm gonna do a search right now and see if they. I think they might have contacted me and offered a sponsorship or some shit. But I'm not positive. Hold on. I'm gonna look right now. No idea who these people are. Sorry about that. I put this back in place. Give me a quick second here. Are you trying to close that gap on Tiger right now? That thing moves, huh? Ooh, Jesus. You're trying to close the gap? I think Tiger's dangerous as all hell. I'll say this on Tiger, you'll likely close that gap, but then go lower to close the other gaps first, or not first, after. Tiger and so TIGR ticker symbol. Who asked about Tiger? I don't know who asked about it. Somebody asked about Tiger. I'll tell you this: you'll probably close the gap to the upside. So trade $11.48, but you are coming back down to close the gaps at 635 and 490. All of the China indexes are very supportive, but there's a giant air gap that needs closed. A giant, like the Golden Dragon, Hang Seng, all those indexes will close that gap. So that's a tough call there. Do I think you're going to close the gap? Sure. I don't like talking about China stocks a lot on the show here, because of the violence that can be incurred against. Like, it reminds, like, China stocks always, especially this one right here, reminds me a lot of. So it was just trading $3.64, and it just traded $15 in like 15 sessions. And it was a fucking dog for how long? How long was it a dog for? It's like built to short. Started at like $38, and then it was in the dregs from like January of 2022 until September of 2024. You know, I get caught in these companies all the time, like like prime example, RGF. You know, just like it squeezes and I'm green, and then it goes back down again. I'm looking for like $6 on it. I don't know if I'll ever get that. I'm gonna have to wait like a year, 2 years, 3 years. Tiger. I think you close the gap above, but I think you go right back down there and swoop down and trade like $5. I think it's a dangerous stock to be trading. I think it's very risky. Come on, baby, give me one more squeeze. Please don't close the door too lower. Hey, Howard, how are you? Yeah, I mean, I feel like gambling. If you're gambling on Tiger, $5 sounds like a good buy-in. I think the Asian stocks or Asian indexes are going to be fine, but if they close that lower gap, like this is Hang Seng, right? It's got a nice bullish crosshair down below on the daily trigger. This pretty much mimics the same tiger, right? So I think it's bullish, but even though I think it's bullish, I think it's easy for this to trade up and then down to back test that before you go higher. And the other question becomes, is there like a little bit more blood? Right, like 3 waves, 3, 7, or 11 wave corrections, right? So you got like corrective moves in here, 1, 2, and 3 at minimum on larger frames. Well, that's your first corrective move right there. So if this was Tiger, there's your $5, right? We'll compare the two. That's not really helping, is it? Hold on here. And that kind of shows you. Looking oddly similar, isn't it? So you get the quick pump up there, right? Close your gap. And then it's bam, Tiger right there. Bam. Down there, and then it's up and running again. That's a pretty big move down right there. Yeah, about $5. Price target on that ticker. Actually see it down here too on that time frame. I'm being generous. I think I'm being fairly generous there. S1, that's S3 right there. There's even lower you could go. And that would crush some people, wouldn't it? Give back that whole move. But it is bullish. That daily trigger cross is bullish. So ultimately it resolves in more upside. Like that cross right there in a back test. That's still a confirmed bullish reversal. So still bullish. This is all bullish for China. This is right here. And this is back to Doug Fuller's question, which is you get the weekly crossing the monthly. Do you get the back test on that too, and just that cross? Wham, wham. You see that Velo leaving the daily on the weekly, and the daily. Weekly's a little positive, but the daily just looks like shit on Hang Seng, which is saying the same thing about. I'm assuming saying the same thing about We'll watch it as it plays out. We'll watch this as it plays out and see if it does this trade. We'll revisit this. And I'll say something about Tiger. Sorry. Check Tiger again in like 3 or 4 months. I'm going to take a quick break, go to the bathroom really quick. I've been sitting here for a bit. Need to go potty. Give me like 15 minutes. All right. Sorry, I'm going to break in really quick. So this morning I'm reading stories this morning. Like, let me read some garbage to you. So earlier this morning, it's leading into earnings season. So I read some story down here. Like, they're like shoveling this shit. Like, see if I can read this again to you. Let me post this for you. Some of the garbage that I'm reading here. So this is like JPM. Like, watch. Is this JPM? Here we go. This is Goldman. Okay, so here I'm gonna post you the like. Let me just show you guys this. Okay. Start by reading this. Like, read this to I read this to you earlier this morning, and I want you to look at that. Okay. And I'm gonna show you. This is a narrative being hold on here. Let's see how this plays out. I want you guys to read that right in the Discord. This is a narrative playing out right now, right? From GS. And if you look at the CNN article above, that is, it's a CNN article saying America's, there's a revolt against America's French fry king, right? That was dated October 8th. The ticker symbol is LW. And I got them up right now. I'm looking at them. This is LW here. And on a daily basis, now there's a couple things here to be looking at. You've got price on LW cranking. They got hammered. They do look like they're coming into like a bigger bear market. The monthly trigger is rolling down on them. You can see that right there. It's kind of saying whatever this is going to sell down. They want that last leg down there. This could be viewed in two ways, though. You could argue that all of that shit is priced in. Their last low here was 2020. Another low here in January and March of 2022. It's like the typical setup. Don't buy this because it's going to go to zero. Now there's potential there. The weekly is coming down. The monthly is coming down. Bork was swinging at Blizzard. Well, you've got three legs down here. 1, 2, and 3, right? 1, 2, 3. So this correction could be over on Lamb Weston. This is LW, by the way, I'm showing you down here. This is counter to everything being said. So there's an argument they're trying to make an argument here that we ain't done going down on Lamb Weston. We want even bigger discount. We want that move down over there. Want it going to zero, I guess, right? But that weekly looks really good. That looks outstanding on a weekly basis. Daily's a little weak. But all the rest of this stuff is looking like it wants to not only be bought, maybe one more leg down, but these are a series of higher lows. Higher low, higher low, higher low. I don't know exactly why they're running this. They're running this like doom and gloom on French fry company. But I want you to think about when the banks tell you something coming into earnings season, and it looks like they priced all that in, doesn't it? That looks like they priced in the, doom and gloom already. I just watch this ticker closely. Lamb Weston being told they suck. And meanwhile, their stock is being majorly accumulated in the background as they're telling you that it sucks. Keep your eyes on Lamb Westing, trading $70. Price target to the upside, 84. You could have a bumpy ride in here. There is some resistance coming on there quarterly and weekly. But just keep an eye on them as we go through earnings season. I think, Bork, I was living in Santa Monica when Blizzard was like booming. Wasn't their office in Santa Monica? I mean, just look at that shit. Been riding that up. $52.69, now trading 60. Looking for a rejection up here. Was it Anaheim? I'm trying to think of the one that was, there was some game company that was. I'm adding these guys to my watch list here, LW. I want to watch this company and see what they do. WTI getting shanked to the downside, coming in to test its daily trigger right now. Getting close to a top here. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me one more minute. Be careful here. VIX getting torched down to the daily trigger again. Don't forget, we've got CPI tomorrow. Dixie actually looks pretty constructive for bulls here, maybe. It's a little bit of consolidation going on here for a squeeze higher that could be viewed as negative. HYG parked and checking its daily trigger right now. It's actually bullish, so counter to the narrative. TNX in a little bit of a pullback zone here, so you got TNX rolling down, HYG bouncing. Looks neutral to bullish. WTI could come all the way down and retrace all this. You know how when that comes back down, it could be a fucking bloodbath all the way back to the original buy point. Translates into nice squeeze here. Priming up for SPY. The thing you want to remember is, do we get above this white line or not? You want to see that. Does the break go higher or not? It implies more highs later or not. Leave that up there. I'll be right back with you guys. Just a note: watch out as they come into the 1 o'clock hour. Trying to pull another bear plane on you, take you down for the first half of the next hour. And just a note, watch out. They're trying to send this bad boy lower. A little bit of a bear plane here. Just give me the squeeze, baby. Talking about big egg. Doug, you think that we were the reason why Big Egg went there? Do you think maybe that's why Big Eggs went where they went? Probably, right? Oh, just give me the. I haven't. In the Discord, I have not done what I said I was gonna do. Fucking hate waiting. God. Ugh. It's like. Ah. You know it's gonna be like a dollar spread difference, right? In that trade. It's like a dollar spread. I guarantee it's like a dollar. It's for like $2 right here means a dollar in a trade that's like so far down the road. Oh, let me check. Who's Movavi? What's Movavi? Movavi? It's Movavi. Collaboration offer with Movavi. Don't know who they are. Let's see who they are. Movavi. Software company. No. Photo and video editing. So, oops, I probably shouldn't have said that on public. Probably watching right now. Oopsie. Someone else out there's like, oh, you're getting all doomy already? Look at that. All the doom. Doom. No joy up here? Look at the whole thing. There was, by the way, Netanyahu says Israel took out Nasrallah's replacement. I don't see anything here, Joey. Am I in the wrong? Maybe I'm. Dude, who's this? Paid collaboration. What are all these? No, dude. No. No collabs. We're not selling freaking Look at Calm trading. Calm's just begging to be CALM is just begging to be shorted. If you're a bear out there, CALM, if it hits $100, start shorting the fuck out of it. It's just begging to be shorted. Oil just banged up again, going back to test its hourly trigger. Oil pumping up right now, trading up to test its hourly trigger right now. More doom out of the Middle East, I'm assuming. No, don't be telling me it's going down yet. I don't want it to go down yet. I want this first. Ugh. It's a good trade. I got this like great dude. I'm not gonna talk about this trade. I gotta remember not to say a goddamn thing about this trade in public. I haven't executed it yet. It's a fucking sexy ass trade. I just want to grab it though up here. Yeah, Kenny, I've got the trade set up. I'm looking at its price. I've been watching it all morning. I've been watching it since the open almost. The one that I listed for you in there. That fucker should rip. Like it should boom at some point. Like it's probably gonna be like a 400% printer, I think. It's gonna print. I'm gonna wake up one morning and that shit's gonna print big. I just don't know when. I'm a mid-maxer in this stuff. That's why I don't take it. I'm always looking for like that one tip. I've been waiting to put that hedge on for like weeks now. Like every high I'm like, I should do it today, and then I don't. That's what I'm buying it for, Kenny. I'm buying it for before, so that when we get there, they haven't priced that shit in yet. I'll guarantee you. Well, I was trying to figure out like what really matters, and I'm like, the Israeli-Iran thing kind of matters. That's your first chance at it. Like about 8% down move. If the war expands, though, you need that to happen. The only other thing I could think of that would make it happen would be election volatility. So if yesterday proved anything, like if yesterday proved anything, it proved. I said it in the brief last night. It looked mechanical to me. They don't care if it's real vol or not. They're gonna get the trade in. They're like regardless if you want it or not. They'll do anything that they can to make the trade print. So like if you get like the CPI volatility, the war volatility, the election volatility, they're going to force the print regardless if you want it or not. Now, it might not be as deep as you want it to be. They need like more expansion in the war for it to be deeper, but they're getting that downside move one way or another. I don't know why they need it. I also looked back on September 31st or 30th. I was like, they kind of got that weakness technically in September. Depending on how you look at the market, they still got it. And I still think they get it for the election ball. Still like either or. If they don't get it with war volatility, they'll get it with fucking election volatility. I just don't think it's as bad as anyone. I just don't think it's as bad as it's being perceived, or it's being presented. Like some of the volatility that's being presented it's absurd at this point. It's like, what the fuck do you want? Like, are you looking for actual like market crash 6,000%? Like that's the stuff that I'm like, why is it so pervasive? Why is it so like you can't even keep track of all of it? Literally, if you were to write the list of all the shit, it just reads like we should have the burning tires in Manhattan. And they're not trying to get the burning tires in Manhattan. They're just trying to get their fucking print printed. Like they'll do anything for the fucking print or to get out. It's absurdist. It like literally is a Mel Brooks film at this point. How do you even take that shit seriously? If it gets that crazy, will it be a moment where you just won't care anymore? Like it's like we got to turn it up to a 4. Now we got to turn it up to a 5. Now a 10. Now a 15. Now a 20. It really is like living in. It's like one-upsmanship in Doom. It's like, where's the ceiling on it? And when it passes, what is the reaction? Is it not moonshot or Mars shot? Because that's what it should be, right? If it really is as bad as it's being perceived or presented. It's a great fucking spread. I'm watching it go right now. It's moving. It's a kick-ass spread. It's not so far out that it's crazy. You know, like the question becomes, will you see those numbers this year? Probably, at least for a moment. There's a fair chance of it. I'd say that trade's going to print something. It's a good trade. And I wish I had put it on fucking on Friday and I didn't. And I'm like, God damn it. Talking about that fucking trade for weeks now. What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't even want to know what the trade printed yesterday because I know it was something stupid into the bell. Something good. Probably printed 80% in one day. Yeah, I think in the brief I said 572. We were there. But now I'm like, just give me the failure up here. Just give me a little tiny bit right there. That little extra buffer. Because it does matter, right? That little extra buffer does matter. Those nice round numbers up there. I guess that's not really a round number. It's only an extra buck. I hate taking those trades because they not that trade specifically. That trade's pretty good. It covers you on the way up too. Like if we go up to like 6,000 or something, it's like pretty even. You can actually like take the one side of it off and then leave the other side on. It's a pretty well-rounded trade. It's built pretty well. And I'm still in camp of waiting for the market support to come in. I don't feel safe out there. Like long in a meaningful way, I don't feel safe. I feel like at any moment I'm going to get washed on a trade and a big one. Not zero dates and stuff like that. I mean like like a spread or something. Like a bullish spread. Whenever I get fucked on a bullish spread, it's if there's a repricing. like bullish calls, like any kind of like call or bull type spread. If I ever get fucked, I don't lose a ton of them, but when I do lose one, it's usually because of time and repricing or expectations. Like, yeah, we're all expecting to go to this number, and then all of a sudden everyone's like, we're going to rein in those expectations. And now we're only expecting this number, and I'm like, oh, fuck. And I was reading that. I haven't posted this yet at all. I haven't put in a brief or anything. But last night I was reading some like, I read a bunch of reaction functions for the presidency, and it was fascinating to read the word salads that were coming out of people's mouths. They were like, well, if Kamala wins, then this. If Trump wins, then that. And then they were all hedging themselves. They were like, any of the quotes from any of these funds or brokerages, whatever, they're like, oh, if you price in a Trump win, the market, or I'm not bearish on a Trump win. They were like, we're not bearish on a Kamala Harris win. They're like, we're not bearish on a Trump win, but I would lower my end of year expectations for SPY. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? They're basically saying you're going to artificially send the market lower because you know that a Trump win is going to move markets to the upside, right? So they're going to like price that in lower. And that's what I don't want to happen. I don't want to be like right now, currently, like let's say long the market in a meaningful way and have them reprice all this shit for end of year. And you're just kind of fucked. There ain't no way you're ever getting to where you want to be. Oh, I got to check my emails. Shit. I checked the wrong email. Mm-mm. Mm. Should I buy a fucking dip with 0 dates here? I want to buy some 0 dates here. I got a hot mic, don't I? I didn't realize I had a hot mic just then. Oopsie. Over here like tap, 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 tap. Yeah, I wish I fucking... Hold on here. I can trade this on a separate account. I've got this other fucking... I've got a trade set up right now. I'm trying to execute on trade or not tasty. Wait for me, boys and girls. Yes. 573. They're saying we're not getting above that. They're saying you shall not pass. 18 fucking cents. They're like, there's no way you're trading above that, son. They're like, you ain't going near that. 18-cent calls for SPY right here. We're going to hem you in here and burn this whole chain into the close. That's what they're telling you. They're going to park this fucker and just burn it. Kind of early still, too, right? They're trying to say that till fucking 4 p.m. that there's no way we're trading 73. That's kind of a... Can you imagine the guy at the dealer office? Like, we just got to hold it here till 4, bros. Time's right now, boss. It's 1:30 in the afternoon. Just can't trade above 573. I'll reprice it a few times until we get there. Then we can go wherever the hell you want, but we're going to kill that, murder that option right there. I'm trading 18 cents right now. 573s. All we got to do is park it a little bit longer. Yeah, you'd have to make the Kenny, you'd have to make the supposition that there will be no correction in Q4. That's the only counter argument to that trade not printing would be that you don't have zero correction in Q4. Like that we just straight melt up the entire way, right into the last day of the year. That would be the thesis or the counter. Even then, it would still, if you went up high enough, if you did melt up into the end of the year, it would still print like 5% or 15%, something like that. I don't think you can lose in that trade. The only way you would lose is if we trade sideways the whole rest of the year, which I doubt that happens. Yeah, they're gonna try some long-term parking. Not guaranteed. You ain't go well, they're saying you ain't going over this price here. That would mean that your 18s would go to 0 by close. Even if you traded this And they're not going to put any premium into it either. You squeeze it up there, they're not going to put any premium. So they got premium right now on 72s. And as a matter of fact, 73s are now worth 16 cents. 72s, they're burning through those. They got to burn through the 71s and the 70s. We'll see. Let them do some burn the brush pile here. Can wait until they work their way through the chain. We can get. I went and looked through a bunch of. Like September, October's individually. Even if we do the melt up, they tend to send it like to the depths of hell by like the 15th of October, and we're on October 8th right now. You would expect something between now and mid-November, and you got to remember, like, when was I got to ask that question. I wanted to ask this and I haven't asked it. I keep espousing about election volatility, and I got to ask you, like, can you guys? I can't remember election volatility like this in my lifetime. Not a single instance. I went back in history and looked, and the only things that I see correlated are. The only correlation I see is like 1965 to about 1972, where there was this much division or derision in an election. So I just don't see how there's no vol trade there. Does anybody out there? I've been trying to probe like friends, family. Like non-market participants, like people that have no idea about election volatility, and it's there. It's definitely there. I mean, I don't know. Do I think we can trade highs on it? Yeah, we can squeeze. But to say that there won't be any like pricing in that volatility heading into the election, it's getting weirder and weirder out there. Like some of the shit that I read, I'm just like, there's no way that's real. The Elon Musk stuff is bizarre to me. Like, I don't want to say a lot about it because I know it pissed some of you off out there. I don't want to piss any of you off. I thought it was really fucking bizarre though. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, so here's even crazier. So when Elon Musk did that stuff, I went into the R Conservative subreddit on Reddit. These are hardcore Republicans. Even they were like, "What the fuck is this all about?" I'm like, this doesn't matter. Like, I don't even think that politics matter. That shit was weird as fuck. Like the little gremlin face that he had, the creepy fucking face he had up on stage. Like, that was all weird. Well, that shit weirded the fuck out of me. Like, what is going on? Did none of you guys thought weirded out by that? Like even the Republican subreddits, like the MAGA subreddits, they were like, "What the fuck is this guy doing?" Like, I'm serious. So it's not just me. The whole thing was bizarre. Like, I don't know. I don't have any experience with this. I'm not old enough to know about this stuff. I would really like to sit down with someone that's not biased, and it's hard to not get a biased opinion. It's not an easy thing. It like slips into conversations that I have with people, and whenever I'm asking for like an honest, objective opinion, it just slips in, and I'm like, fuck, that's hard. It's not easy to do. It's not easy to give that opinion unbiased, but I want like that unbiased older person opinion from like what do you recall about like 1965 to 1972, What can you remind us of about that time period, especially in with election volatility? I need to do more reading on that stuff. God, I want to buy zero dates so bad right now. I want to buy those I want to buy those fucking 73s. They're now six. They were 16 a minute ago. They're 17 right now. You just got to ask them to not be biased, or you want them to be market participants in particular, and were market participants in that time period. That would mean that they got to be what 70s or 80s. But you know what it might be a good question for is Niederhofer. Send an email to him, to Victor. He's like 90, but he's smart as a fucking whip. Like Victor Niederhofer would be a good person to ask. I bet he was like prime trading then. Has to have been about in the prime of his career at that point. He'd be someone worth asking. Just like, he's got a cool little blog. I haven't checked on him in a bit, but he'd be someone worth asking about that stuff. Like, is election volatility ever realized? When things are this contentious. Yeah, like yelling at Republicans and Democrats in the stream. I was weirded out by it. I didn't. I was if I was his like if I was his handler, I'd be like, oh God, no. Oh God, no. I post all my. Who said that? Dumente said no way Cap is right after all this. You guys, you probably don't know dummy. I don't know how to say your name. I post all my trades in the Discord, every single one of them, open and closed, brother. You should. We can trade. We can show each other's trades if you want sometime. See which ones. We can match yours to mine if you want. All my trades posted in the Discord, brother. Yeah, I want to get some. Who wants to rip? You don't think he has a handler? He does. He's got like attorneys and stuff. SC, I think it wasn't the SEC or something like that required him to. What's that, dummy? Oh, I post things for you to get smoked on in public because I know that you follow those trades. I don't know if you know that, but that's what I do. Everyone else knows except for you, I'm assuming. Maybe you don't know. Okay, let's check. 'Why is this not showing up? $144. IWM parked. God, DIA, man. The Dow looks like such shit. Q's cranking higher, breaking out. VIX wants to break out too. VIX saying, fuck no, we're going to burn the fuck out of this market. Watch out down below. There's no liquidity. Dixie's still bullish. HYG tagged its daily trigger. It's kind of parked. TNX looking still looking kind of bullish here. A little bit of a sell on the weekly trigger. WTI growing stronger again. Keeps trying to break out above its hourly trigger here. Should see a move coming up here shortly. SPX losing support right now on its 1 and 5 minute trigger for a bloodbath. $13 minutes left for a move. Note 2 for tomorrow, we've got core inflation rates month over month at 8:30. Core inflation rate year over year, 8:30. Inflation rate month over month, 8:30. Inflation rate year over year, 8:30. CPI at 8:30 as well. CPI, initial claims at 8:30. So a big day tomorrow. No, so that's Thursday. Excuse me. I'm looking at what tomorrow's Wednesday. My bad, wrong day. Tomorrow at no big day today tomorrow. We've got mortgage rates, MBA mortgage markets, index stuff. We got a speech by Logan at 9:15 though. That's probably the biggest thing in the morning. 10:30 we've got EIA crude oil stock changes, gasoline stock change. So look for 10:30 tomorrow for big moves in oil and gas. We have a 10-year note at 1 p.m. That's big. So 10-year note at 1 p.m. And note also that the TNX is inside. TNX is at this weird place where it's trading its weekly trigger. And its daily is racing up right now to send TNX for a moonshot. So 1 p.m., big news tomorrow. Then at 2 p.m. tomorrow, we've got the FOMC minutes from Jerome Powell in the Fed's last rate decision. They're going to do. Are you going to see that dissent? That dissenting vote inside of the last FOMC? So that'll be interesting to read what the discussion was in the minutes. But then Thursday we come into big data day. We've got the 8:30 core inflation month over month, core inflation rate year over year, and the inflation rate month over month. The inflation rate year over year is all at 8:30 plus CPI plus claims on Thursday. Sorry, this isn't switching in my. It's like the date on my trading economics is flipping back and forth Wednesday and Thursday. But then we've got a 30-year bond auction at 1 p.m. So 10s and 30s and the yield curve will matter into Thursday and Friday, or Wednesday and Thursday. And then Friday we've got PPI at 8:30 in the morning, PPI month over month, core PPI month over month, core PPI year over year, then excluding food, energy, and trade. We've got a Goolsby speech at 9:45 on Friday, and then we've got a Michigan sentiment at 10 a.m. I looked at a prior event week with all of this like data that we're tied to Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday. If the market does bleed down on that data, we get some bad reports. As we came into Friday after about 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the market just unleashes volatility or sells volatility in mass at like 12 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday. We like go straight vertical. And next week, we have right? So like Friday, all the events and data stuff, kind of like all that volatility kind of wraps up. You still have the war volatility, but then next week, on Monday, there's nothing. There's consumer inflation at 11, not considered to be big news. 3 and 6 month bill auction at 11:30 on Monday, and then we get on Tuesday the Empire State Manufacturing Index is kind of a big deal, but that should be perceived as kind of good. And then we've got the Kugler speech at 1:05 on Tuesday, so not a bunch of big stuff. Wednesday, not a big bunch of stuff. We've got like export prices month over month, import prices at 8:30, and then API crude oil stock change at 4:30. Now Thursday of next week, the data gets big again. So you have this like window. There's like this tiny window between, not tiny, but like from Friday at 12 to Friday at 12 and 12 p.m. 10 a.m. I guess. Michigan consumer sentiment up until Wednesday at the close of Wednesday, where there isn't a bunch of important data expected. So you figure that's what, 3.5 sessions plus a weekend with no perceived doom data. It's at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Let me just check it one more time. Minutes are at 2 p.m. tomorrow. A little bit of squeeze going on right now. Another note: I missed the U.S. 3-year note auction came in. I got to launch this so I can listen to it. I wasn't listening. Fed's Bostic saying Hurricanes Helene and Milton potentially have significant implications for economy over the next 3 to 6 months. I couldn't find that history. I went back and looked at the worst year for hurricanes, and maybe you guys can show it to me. I looked at the year when Hurricane, what's it called? I said it earlier. Whatever the largest hurricane is on record is the same. We had the same like worst hurricane season on record that same year. I want to say it was 2005. It started with an M or something. But I looked and I didn't see anything where the market reacted negatively to all of those hurricanes. So I don't know why Bostic is saying that. He's a natural hawk, anyways. He also is saying shifts in supply chains mean business cost structures will also change, something the Fed will need to understand. Businesses say that consumers have become much more price sensitive, curbing their ability to raise prices. They've already raised them. That shit's already sailed. And business, we talked about eggs earlier this morning. Because we discussed eggs during COVID, and people wanted the price of eggs to come back down to reality. They don't get too many opportunities to raise the price of eggs, right? We know that. What else? 3-year note auction came in. I missed it. I don't know. It's not bad. If you want to know, it's not an F or a D. I got no hate towards Elon. Someone's posting love for Elon. I don't need any love or hate for Elon. I got nothing in common with him. I like trading Tesla stock. That's all that matters to me. I don't have that like love relationship with Elon. I'd say like if I think of the thing I've always said about Elon was I like that he's the third person in the room, so that he instigates other companies to do well. He reminds me a lot of what's his face? I always say his name, the guy from a little bit of a squeeze there. Uh-oh. Somebody kick it. Somebody kick the printer. Like we're going to kick it, but not that much. Like we just got to get to the next repricing here, boys. Yeah, I always liked him. Like I've always liked Elon. Like if I had one or two reasons why I've always liked Elon, the first reason was because he's like he reminds me of Howard Hughes. Like we needed a Howard Hughes to get everybody else to build cool shit. Oh, it's squeezing. Holy shit. Just a note that there are a bunch of calls coming in right now on the market tide. If you want to check on your own, there's a couple of you that were in there with me checking. I noticed. There's a rampant call buying activity. Oh. Uh-oh. Toot toot. Sweet. A little bit of a bull cross coming up here. No. Uh-oh. They're going to come back down here and check price. Just going to go full regard here. What are you going to do? Bear angry. We want to see if they can get up there and tag that. The bears want to know. And they can go all the way up here and still be bearish. It's like bear rage tears in here. Is that like bear tears? We have pinned in each one of those channels. We have pinned help messages. You guys getting prints right now in the Discord? Is it starting to print for you? Watch out for a back test up here on that cross. Bam, bam. $204. Yeah, they're being stingy because of the volatility. They're being stingy on the premium. That's why you get these ridiculous rips. on, baby, do it. You see the gap on the 1 minute? Gaps on the 1 minute chart. We're gapping, baby. We're going to go back and close that gap soon enough. Look at the God, so terrible. It's like such shitty price action. Swore we were going to crash back there at some point. Was told that in the chat on Twitch by somebody. Somebody was talking about that. I don't know. Guess a good thing I didn't buy puts. All fucking day. Show Tesla again. I'll put them up. Still grinding on Tesla. Back testing a bull cross right now on Tesla. IWM and DIA. I sent you guys, or I put out a forward look ahead in September, like 2 weeks. I think it was the last 2 weeks of September. I'll dig them out, but I showed you guys a weekly view of IWM and DIA. I gotta break them out again because 4 weeks ago DIA was showing a pretty severe down move to 400, and IWM is showing that same move. SPX and Qs are not. There's this old adage where like not adage, but if you ever notice, like people love trading like small caps or Dow Jones Industrial, and they will diverge from the greater market. They'll diverge and like fuck you, even though the market is trading higher, and they'll swing back up to help you out down the road, but they will like straight up diverge for like weeks, 2-3 weeks. Market will like grind sideways and higher, and like smalls will just burn. And in that extended forecast that there's 2 forecasts I gave you. I gave you like a Q4 outlook, and then before that, before we got into Q4, I gave you a weekly Elliott wave count. for I gave it to everybody, all the supporters, all the pro traders. I gave it to you for all the indexes, and we have. I talked about it, and I got to show it to you guys again or highlight it again and revisit. You guys are like, you guys look at stuff for like a day. No offense, not. I don't think it's bad, but you guys don't ever look out in time, or you forget time when you're heated or emotional, and like I'll come in here and the world's ending. Then I come in here and the world is like markets going all time highs. 2 different days. There's danger in longing DIA right now and IWM. There's like a correction coming for those two, regardless if SPY trades sideways with a little bit of weakness and goes up versus the danger that's presented, and like Dow Jones in particular looks really bad. It doesn't look good. Can you withstand a trade to 400 on Dow Jones Industrial Average? It's looking really bad in the background. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's ER season. I keep seeing this chatter, like all these fucking like all these like I showed you the chatter this morning, right? From like the chatter about like McDonald's French fry supplier is doomed, and then but that looks like it's priced in, and then Dow Jones and IWM in particular look like there could be some kind of. There's a couple things here, like Q4 earnings are time of year where you get surprise announcements from companies. They like to dump shit. Sometimes it's positive, not always negative. But Q4 is kind of famous for that, so everything could look great. I'm not going with the banks with this shit they're talking about. I'm not on that trade with the banks telling you this, but they're like whispering it. So there could be like a run-up trade into some of these reports, and then a sell the news on some bad guidance expectations. I did talk to you guys about. We had an interview day with Joe Donut, and a lot of these companies win regardless. Like they win regardless of outcome next year. It doesn't matter if we enter a recession or not. They've done all their buying for the year. They've done all their buying. The buying's already been done. There's no like expansion plans from any of these companies. They're going to ride this shit out into when we talked about the port strikes and how they shouldn't affect the market or the economy in any significant way. I believe that. Like, I believe that these companies are done. Like, all the shit they have in storage, all the shit that they've ordered, all the shit that they got been piling up on, loading up the warehouses with, is all like last year's shit. All like just like I already bought my pencils, bro. You sure you don't need any more? Nope. It's that same pencil conversation. So you like they're automatically creating an inflationary cycle by next summer, even if we go into a soft landing. There's like this creation of inflation, and we won't hear about this yet until next summer. But I fully expect us to hear about it next summer. So just be conscious of some of that stuff. At least into the actual reports. I think you can take the trade up into the report, but I would be wary. You know, you get like that, just that, not necessarily doom. It like sets up two things. It sets up, it assures investors that these companies can weather that small potential outcome, right? If we go into a recession, we can weather that. So that's reassuring, of course, for these companies. But also if they're low on this stuff, that and they do go into we do have that soft landing into next year, into next summer, then they'll be safe, right? They'll only have 10 pencils instead of 100 pencils. It's not a bad problem to have, right? If you only got 10 and the demand is at 100. It is a bad problem, though, if you have 100 pencils and the demand is only 10, isn't it? You got 90 pencils kicking around the warehouse that you can't seem to get rid of, and it's all old stock. Like, this isn't anything new. So there's some danger there for these companies if they were to overbuy. They don't want to pay because of the volatility of the market. I can see a lot of you today are saying that the market's back in positive gamma. This is not it is positive gamma technically, but it really isn't. There's volatility on the market with this price action. So it's waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'll just tell you that. That's why I'm trying to buy a fucking thing up there. They're looking for liquidity to sell again. Does that can I simplify that? This isn't a normal price action, like bullish price action. This is looking for liquidity to short again. I don't know if that means anything to you out there or not, but and until Friday around noontime, it shouldn't roll off. Right around 12 o'clock on Friday. Come on, baby. Ugh. Uh-oh. We got 2 playoffs games coming Wednesday and Thursday in Detroit. I almost bought tickets. I didn't, though. I'd really like to see the World Series if it came to Detroit. I'm looking at some posts about Detroit Tigers. kind of sucks. Like I like Comerica Park, but it doesn't have that feel like Fenway has. Every time they tear a park down and remake it, I don't feel like it's does any service to the park. There's something about those intimate setting parks. Sometimes I try to build them vertical too, and I don't think it does it justice. Like Cincy, I don't like. I watched a Cincy baseball game once. I don't like this. No, if you're a Cincy fan, I apologize. I just don't like the park, like the pure verticalness of it. If you've never been to like a Fenway Park or an old school baseball park, man, something about that's the smell of piss, like 100-year-old piss or whatever. I don't know what it is. The seating sucks, of course. Sometimes they replace the seating. The tickets were cheap earlier this week. That you could get like nosebleeds for like $150. I thought those were pretty cheap for a playoff game. Fairly cheap. And the Tigers are doing this whole like hold my beer thing on the Lions possibly making a run. There's like this 3-year window they give you in the NFL to make a run, where the NFL wants you to win. You might not necessarily win, but you get a chance at it. And Detroit wasn't the Tigers weren't expected to do shit this year. Hick, what's going on, brother? 100-year-old piss. If you've never been to Fenway Park, you don't know what the smell of that shit is. Gross. The old garden used to smell like that too in Boston. I got to make my decisions wise here if I'm going to go to like I've been thinking about this too. I'm like, do I just save the money? Like Winky just said tickets are too expensive right now, and I'm like, I don't really want to go to a playoffs game. I want to go to a World Series. I saw tickets for sale for the World Series. If they do, like people are offering them up right now on SeatGeek, I think. If they do go to the World Series, committing tickets, and some of the prices they're asking are pure stupid. I don't know if I'd want. I'm like, this isn't my home team, so some of those prices, I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I'd like to see. This is the other thing too. I got friends that are work for the Big Three, and they get tickets like free all the time. So one of the things about Detroit is like, if you get a connection and one of the Big Three, it's easy to get tickets. So I always feel like a schlub if I pay for overpriced tickets to these events. Like Grand Prix was kind of stupid, and they sponsored a bunch of VIP stuff for that. I had some buddies that went to that, and I ended up paying for my tickets to that. Some of this stuff, especially in Detroit, if it's like I don't know, like classic thing, or perceived fun for rich people, you can easily get tickets usually for free. Some stuff you can't get free tickets to. If it's not perceived as like you have to be seen there if you're work for the Big Three, they're not usually available. But if you have any friends that work for the Big Three as an engineer or whatever, they're pretty common to get for no price. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that somebody calls me and says, you want to go see a game? And usually they get some of the best seats in the stadiums, in the ballpark and in the football stadium. They usually get some really, really nice seats. Yeah, 100-year-old piss. Where do you guys live? Do you guys live anywhere with an old stadium or no? It's got electrolytes. What, like the old anybody ever been to Candlestick Park back in the day, or Wrigley Field? Where else got some of the other ones? Not the old Fen, the New York doesn't have that problem anymore, right? They got a new stadium. Lambeau was nice and clean. Yeah, I kind of need like I actually watch this soccer team from Detroit play, and we love that. We love going to that stadium. It gets out of control there. I like even better than going to Tigers games. And they're building a new stadium for this football team, a soccer team, football team, whatever you want to call it, but soccer. I kind of like, I have more enjoyment. And, I've been going to, I've been going to football games, college football games. And I thought I would have enjoyed the big house more than I am. And I'm not enjoying it as much as I should. I don't know what it is about it that I don't enjoy. I used to go watch like BYU play.
Unacceptable if they allowed their airspace to be used against Iran, senior Iranian official says.
Let me see and read some of this to you. Anything here I need to see? Like, I don't know if I'm just getting older. I don't know exactly what it is. When I was younger, I was like feverish about professional sports. I had a real like affinity for professional sports in general. And as I've gotten older, I'll turn some of this on here.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
I'm going to read a couple things to you here. I got some news dropping. I'm going to read some stuff to you here. Expect Israel to commit that the operation in Lebanon is limited incursions and not aimed at controlling territory, according to Ashark News, citing the U.S. State Department. Military pressure on Hezbollah may lead to diplomatic solution is the title of that one. Any bears out there expecting that? Probably not, right? Are working with the Israeli side on the details of the visit that was scheduled for Defense Minister Gallant, according to Al Jazeera, citing a U.S. official. Oh, boy. What do you think the market would happen if there was a truce announced? The fucking market would moon. Some whispers out there of negotiations. I'm trying to read through some of this stuff right now. So the gist here is it looks like the gist here is move this over so you guys can see this because it looks like we're getting a little weak here.
6 cents a gallon. NYMEX diesel November futures settle at $2.29 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at $2.73.
It looks like a lot of information is not becoming. The thesis here is that a lot of information is not being made public in an effort to.
Next WTI crude November futures settle at $73.57 a barrel. That's down $3.57 or 4.63%.
Sorry, I'm reading through some of this stuff right now. Looks like the idea here is to pressure Hezbollah's top command without harming or inflicting the least amount of harm as possible. I know this is going to be might upset some of you out there. I get it. But without creating a larger expanded war. The idea here is to force Hezbollah or whoever remains in the leadership of Hezbollah to agree to come to a negotiating table. If they did have a diplomatic solution, I wonder how many points it'd go up. At least 30, right? This quick swing low and then moonshot. Still no move upside. Still burning premium here. Just note that there is discussion going on in the background. So a few different sources I'm looking at. Israeli Defense Minister Gallant's trip to Washington that was planned for tonight was postponed, according to Axios reporter Barak Ravid. I'm going to read a few more things. Netanyahu says Israel took out Nasrallah's replacement. According to Axios reporter Barak Ravid, Netanyahu refuses to approve Defense Minister Yoav Gallant's trip to Washington plans for tonight until he gets a phone call with President Biden and until the Israeli cabinet approves the response to Iran's missile attack. According to a source with knowledge of the details. According to NBC, Israeli leaders still have not briefed the U.S. on specific details of their military response to last week's ballistic missile attack by Iran, even after American military officials have discussed possibly supporting Israeli retaliation with intelligence of airstrikes of their own, according to U.S. officials. So some real crosstalk here. Some real crosstalk here going on. There's like different reports coming in. You got like Netanyahu basically saying, we haven't agreed to anything yet. And there's you already know the political outside of the stock market stuff. You already know the argument that he doesn't want it to end, right? Make it last as long as possible. I don't know why I don't understand that article or that argument. So I don't know enough to discuss it. I've heard that article state that he'll go to prison or something. That doesn't make any sense to me because eventually that would mean he would still go to prison, right? But there is some other talk out there right now of maybe unspoken by the U.S. That there's another option on the table right now for some kind of a ceasefire, some kind of a push to get Hezbollah into negotiations. And maybe Netanyahu doesn't want that. He wants that revenge. He wants to at least take out some shit. Or, burn the fucking fires more. SPY now trading 572.12.
So Israel has informed the Pentagon that Israeli Defense Minister Gallant will not be traveling to Washington.
Yeah, you guys feel the same way about sports. Like sports and me right now are like, they don't hold the same. They don't hold the same power. I used to be that guy. Like I was that guy for a long, long time. Like I knew every stat. I watched every NFL game. I watched every baseball game. And it tapered off and tapered off. Loved college sports when I was in college, and like, and then what's weird is like, so I've been going to University of Michigan games. My daughter goes there. Hold on a second here. Just gotta check something here. I gotta get out of a trade here. Hold on. Good, give me a second here. I gotta take that asshole's money. Again. Should I just type burr sell in the Discord? Who's that schmuck's name out there? Shitbird, what was his name? What was his name out there? Hey, dummy. I just took all your fucking money again. Sorry, I'll be nice. So you're right, Mr. Talking Monkey. Sorry. I'll be nice. Stack them up, boys. It's like stack them high, stack them cheap, sell them cheap. Well, we're here to win, right? I swear I'm here to win. There you go. Nice day. Probably more upside to come. There we go. Squeeze them out a little bit more. See how high we can get here. This is what the bears don't want to see, the price above that white line right there. Watch out, because there will be some revenge trading up here. You mark that there will be revenge trading up here. Guaranteed. I'll say it again. As we approach, say this every few days. As we get up there, I'm not going to say it again, but you guys know what I want to say to you, right? I'm not going to say it on public, but I've said it till I'm thrown up in my own mouth. So I'll say it again right now without saying it. Those things are holding. You see how those things from this morning are still holding value right now. You see that shit? Still holding value up here. Even with that squeeze, they're not even blinking. The other trade is just like, we don't care. Go up, go down. Like if you watch the trade closely, it's fine with the upside move, and like you have to move, right?
And Brent crude futures settle at $77.18 a barrel. That's down $3.75 or 4.63%.
It's a good day. I'll take that as a W. It's a good day. Paid the whole fucking week. Thank you very fucking much. See if we can do it like 3 or 4 more times this week and have another great fucking week. Now I can go to the game. So I got out of sports, right? Like I don't have the same passion that I once had for it. I will watch football on a rainy Sunday afternoon if I have nothing going on. Let's say I work in the morning or something, and I'm like tired. I got like, I don't know, leaves on me, and someone's made me some chili and hot dogs or something. I'll sit down and watch football. I'll go to college football games, but I don't feel the same thing. Like I used to feel more like, I don't know if it's because my friendships are different here in Detroit than they have been in other places. My friends are different. They're not like event-driven friends. Like, let's go to this, let's do that kind of stuff. So I don't know. A lot of my habits with sports in particular have changed over the years. I still like going to like the Kentucky Derby. I still like going to like World Cup type stuff. I love that shit. Like Olympics, I love it. To this day. World Cup, love it to this day. But like you'd think that I would be like super crazy about going to a University of Michigan game. I mean, they're one of the storied franchises, right? In fact, one of the storied college football teams. And even going to them, I'm like, it's okay. I liked the tailgating, and then I went matter of fact, last game I went to, I left halfway through the game. It was a blowout. They won blowout, and I ended up like, okay, I get it. Next thing I can do. So like sports and stuff. I don't know. I still love sport. Like I ride bikes all the time. I hike. Dude, I hike like crazy. Like I am outside, out doing stuff. Fairly regular, especially for my age. Like getting older, still very active outside. I love skiing. Like skiing in particular. I'll ski every day. If there was snow, I would ski every single day. I literally, if it's dumping, I literally every winter. This will be the first winter, by the way, where we have to have a talk because I literally ski until the wheels fall off. So I can't physically move anymore. Like, that's how bad I am. Like, I will ski till the brakes pop off. Like, till I'm hobbling. That's how much I love skiing. Like skiing in particular. Like, it's one of my joys in life that I've continued to do. But like watching sports, it has to be like somebody planned something for me to do it or like it or enjoy it. Like, hey, we made chili and there's hot dogs and there's a few of us here. Cool. I'll do it. And I've been outside working maybe, and it's chilly and I'm cold to the bone, and that feels right. Like, that feels good. I could do that. You know, like sit back in a big lazy boy or something, nod off to a wood fire and a wood stove. Count me in. That actually sounds like a lot of fun, doesn't it? Like cold, windy, wet. You just went outside and did some lawn pickup that the guy missed. So that extra tree lost its leaves. You're out there, it's rainy, the dog's out there, matted coat with water and stuff. Come inside at like 1 in the afternoon, 2 in the afternoon. There's like some grilled cheeses, some like real tomato basil bisque made for you or something like that. Some like gang grilled cheese on some crusty bread that was had at the farmer's market. Like, that all sounds good. Oh, here we go. Ready? They're really pushing this shit. Now we've got advanced talks are underway to hold a phone call between U.S. President Biden and Israeli PM Netanyahu on Iran in the coming days. They're really pushing this. I showed you guys the ramp, the post ramp vol crush on that Friday in the market brief. So if you get any more doom this week, bad data, that kind of shit, let's say we sell down hard and heavy on, I don't fucking know, 10s and 30s. Sell down on data. CPI is horrible. Initial claims is horrible. No cuts for you. But meanwhile, bond CTAs are just trying to sell out of their yield position. And if we get some more doom into, let's say they look for liquidity grab up here, right? Sell us down one more time into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday morning. One more quick doom sell. But if we come into that little sweet spot there where there's no news expected from like Friday into next week, middle of the week, it says here, advanced talks underway on a phone call between Biden and Netanyahu in the coming days. That sounds like 3 days to me, doesn't it? Like that phone call just happens to squeak through at like 12 p.m. on Friday. Like, oh, wait, we got an incoming call that peace talks are on the table over the weekend. The market rips faces off for like fucking 3 sessions in a weekend. The only sport you love is snowboarding. I like sailing too. Haven't done much sailing this year. I got rid of a sailboat that I owned. I've been out a few times, but not on my sailboat. I've been looking to buy a sailboat, and I'm still waiting for our fucking market crash that all these goddamn bears keep telling me are going to happen. I'm like cash ready. Like I'm like so cash ready right now. I'm like, give me like a house for cheap. Give me a fucking boatyard for cheap. Give me storage facility for cheap, whatever you got. Just like have it all ready for me. Yeah, I want to buy. I don't know when that doom happens, but they're bear-splaining to me that it's going to happen now. I don't think it happens until at least 26. I need the world to get involved. It's not good enough the U.S. They can't do it on our own. We need the good old world try. SPY now trading 572.73. Just a note here. Earlier, we took a trade in the Discord, 573C. They cost 14 to 15 cents at the time of the trade. They've already been taking profit as we go higher. Some of them are probably still long right now. I told them they're responsible for their profit for the rest of the way higher. That I'm not responsible for them anymore. They're not really cranking right now. They're trading 36 cents at the moment. Maybe we can get 40 or 45 out of them. The reason they're not cranking is because of the volatility that's sticky on the market right now, and will remain sticky until we get through Thursday, Friday. At the money volatility should remain elevated into at least Friday, or so far. I showed you guys that chart last night. It should be sticky on options pricing. But at any rate, if you were in the Discord, you would have had that fucking trade given to you from start to finish, as usual. Dixie looks terrifying. There's this like weird Dixie thing. Like Dixie's raging higher because it's pricing in like the hurricane stuff. It's pricing in war before it happens. If something were to happen, they're going to price it in before. The trade is alive regardless if the war expands or not. Same with the WTI trade. We took that one last week, right? You guys forget that WTI CL trade. Literally went even beyond expectations at this point. That $78, I think, was the high side target. Next target on that shit, too, is like 100 or something insane. I think we charted it and then pulled it back to just 78 as a max. I was like, let's just get 75 out of it. If we can get 75, I'm happy. It actually hit the 78 today. So like pricing all of that stuff in right now, regardless if it happens or not. So in real time, you know, like the bear song, like it goes away. Like you start knocking this stuff off one at a time, and they're pricing it in currently before it even happens, regardless if it happens. Oh, sorry, Wolf. Yeah, I can look at Wolf. Did you ask earlier? It seems like maybe you had asked. I might have missed that you were asking for Wolf. I apologize. I can look at Wolf. Tesla going higher. Apologize for not looking at that. Hang tight here. I just want to do some background on it really quick. There's my stuff. Give me a second. I'll look it up for you, Harry. Where's my jam? God, I gotta reorganize my crap. Pay very close attention to whatever happens here. Even if we sell here, you want to be watching this close. Like if we sell here, you want to know what that means something. That definitely means something. That means something. And you can even break above and still sell, and that means something. So you want to be watching this extremely closely right now. A lot of meaning. Wolf. Earnings per share, earnings estimates. Sorry, I'm just looking at their fundamentals. It's kind of like, yeah. Fundamentals. People are calling still not trusting them. This is the thing about these companies, like any of these, like it reminds me of like is it MBLY? I got a bunch of these like where's my other fundamental thingamabob? You know what sucks about TerraWolf and companies even adjacent is for a company that, like, I think Winky told me this once. He was like, I forget what ticker it was we were trading, but Winky's mentioned to me once. He was like, all of these fucking companies that should be up on like volatility. Like, I do the transactions for Bitcoin. We make more money when there's volatility with Bitcoin. Market's like, fuck you, no. We don't care that you're not profitable. Bitcoin go down, you go down. Like, it's real dumbed down shit. And completely counterintuitive. TerraWolf. Excuse me. Yawning. No, I haven't sleeping. Between the kids, the wife, and the stock market here. I might want to change those strikes. I don't have a choice in changing those strikes, do I? Hold on a second here. I got to talk to the Discord. I'm getting happy here. I should probably call my broker. Okay, TerraWolf. I've got it open down below over here. Their weekly is kind of meh. Is there something that I don't know about TerraWolf, why it traded this low? I feel like I'm missing something here. Hey, Harry, can you tell me anything that I'm missing on TerraWolf in the Discord chat? So, is there anything that I'm missing here, man? I'm looking at their fundamentals, and I'm looking for. Is that Y Binky or no? Like, you've got like a wall, a couple things here. You've got a wall of. Let's go over a few things here. So, just price just getting as high as it is, right? Your weekly momentum is weak. Your monthly momentum looks great. You're out technically. You're coming out of a. Technically, you're coming out of a. I don't know, like a bear market for TerraWolf. I fucking hate charting these things. I'll be honest. I'm not gonna lie. God, it's like, oh, and there's an exit scam. They actually weren't providing what they said they were going to be providing. Did you guys see the? Did you guys see the? One of the car companies had some pictures. Like the car company closed one of the EV companies. It looked like it got raided by a bunch of like gnarly. Anyways, what I want to tell you here, the one thing I'll tell you here, Harry, is that this weekly is not strong. Ain't no way of cutting it. So I'll preface TerraWolf with this: I would expect volatility in the ticker. So I'm not really like a fan of it in terms of like it should trade a certain way. Like I think it's easy to trade $1 like bullshit like this, just like grinding. That wouldn't shock me. And you might want to go to Winky because on this one because the only thing I would say I would trust here would be these buy points down below. This trend. You're looking for more work. But I can see your point in being bullish on it because it looks like it's ready to it looks like it's ready to go to like $1 bazillion. But you get all this like I mean like violent moves. Like look at these crosses like straight down. Straight down. As long as you realize that it's a Ponzi. You could also have those giant up moves too, right? Like, I'm assuming that's what you're looking for is like one of these moves to like $40 fucking or something. I would have to look at like the short interest on this and when they like I want to know when they squeeze, like time of year they squeeze. Is it the end or beginning of a quarter? Like that, I think that's going to play a big part in when this shit squeezes. But I easily seeing it down there. Yeah, Harry. The one thing I would preface to you would be, do I think it can trade 20, 30, 40, 60, $800? Sure. Always better to get a cheaper price on shit like this in case you get suffering for a year, 2 or 3. Is no joke and stuff like this. And if you catch the wrong window when the market's down, they reprice it. Then they go bankrupt or something. That their fundamentals look fine. They don't look like they trade on fundamentals though. They got a little bit of pre-pricing going on. It's a hard one to chart. I'm not gonna lie. I guarantee this is. I bet you people trade this all day long. Like they build their lives around trading this stuff. Not a bad thing. I'd be very wary of joining whatever that community is. That no offense to the Terror Wolf community, but I'd be very wary of it because there's probably a lot of trap people. Just looking at the price action, like $40. I'm sure someone was there going, "It's going to fucking 500, bro," and they're in for 40, and now it's trading on the lows. Can you imagine, like, you're down here at 52 fucking cents, 52 cents. And I'm saying look for like $1.71, which is 400% higher. So can it go back to 52 cents? Yes. Yes, it can. Anyone out there want to comment on this ticker? Because I don't feel confident even talking about it. I'll be honest, truthfully. I've never felt good. I've never felt good with crypto adjacent, crypto stocks. I feel like they can move without a moment's notice to the downside, and they could have like the banner year, and it's like they're trading 30 cents again. I didn't get to see the new documentary on Satoshi. Did anybody watch it yet? I heard about it. People are talking about it. Like, it seems like every time somebody claims to be him, they're not him, and it's more of a story than anything based in reality. Yeah, Phil, baby. Still no Phils. I wasn't on yesterday, Visionary. It wasn't worth the trade yesterday, in my view. Anyways, it was garbage day. It sold down. I wasn't willing to buy the close yesterday either. We did have more down in the overnight, but it did recover by open this morning. I look at it like I consider this garbage trading, so especially for like 0-day option market, not worth trading. I think I might be with Winky on that too. If you're just gonna buy a Bitcoin, you might as well just buy it. Buy Bitcoin direct. I might have to call my broker to put this trade on. mRNA. I would, the one thing I would say, Harry, just to wrap up this wolf conversation, Harry. Truthfully, anything like this, put in a fucking stink. I mean, you're not going to be able to, but they'll kick you out with a stink bid to buy. Or at least I've run into that where I've been kicked out, like asking for like 50 cents or something. Just like snap a line at like, $1.77. Snap another line at 50 cents, 52, 53 cents. I'm not kidding. If you did that on like 4 or 5 of these companies, maybe not that price, but like that bloodbath, they have a tendency to move that fast. And I do buy crypto. I've told you guys this in the past. I do buy cryptocurrency. I don't talk about it on stream. Every once in a while, I'll mention it. But I buy crypto when it gets annihilated. Like, I need to, like, come into the market one day and somebody says, like, this crypto is going to go bankrupt. It's got a 0.00000001 or whatever nonsense they have there. And I will get long that stuff. But it's a rule of mine that I don't check it. And like, I literally don't check it. I buy this shit, I put it into my Coinbase, and I don't fucking look at it. I don't never check it. It just sits there. I'm going to check mRNA for you. I'm going to check on mRNA. I just want to wrap up that conversation with crypto miners, crypto adjacent, crypto energy, crypto whatever. So just a heads up on that. Like, I always just try to buy like the doom on that stuff. Like, you don't really have to care either what the doom is. It's usually bullshit. I'll be honest, unless it's like one of two things: it's either bullshit or they're gonna collapse. It's a scam, right? It's always like SBF kind of stuff. I don't talk about crypto on the show often. We cover crypto in our Discord. If you're a pro member, we cover Bitcoin and ETH, but I don't cover it in the show because I have friends that are involved in really bad stuff with crypto that I don't agree with. So I'm never gonna talk about it here or in the Discord, like triple leveraged overnight trading in other countries and washing money, all that nonsense bullshit, and I want nothing to do with it. Triple leverage, quadruple leverage, pump and dump scams. Have 1 million followers with that shit. I don't want anything to do with it, so I usually don't delve too deeply into it. What else? Okay, so next is we're gonna next look at mRNA, and I think we recently talked about. I think we recently had a discussion. I think Winky was involved in it, but I'm not positive. And we were talking about. I think we were talking about like the COVID trade. For companies like this, and like pharmaceuticals, their biggest season is August 13th to November 21st normally. And then if you look at biotechs, they come out of season on October 1st. Like, they leave seasonality. Come on, a little bit more. A little bit, tiny more, please. So you've got, like, biotechs are coming out of seasonality. Healthcare, we're in seasonality till December 4th. We're on the ass end of it. It starts like healthcare starts in like April or late April and gets done in December. Now, if I was going to assign mRNA to one of these sectors, my thesis here is probably going to be with what? God damn, what's the name of it again? They're biotechs. Excuse me, biotechs. Yeah, I think that's all they're going to give me right there. No fill for a penny. Dude, come on. Trying to catch fills here right now. No catch. Okay, so at any rate, we're going to look at mRNA next. Moderna. And I think one of these conversations we had was that a lot of these companies, like for all that, think about all the COVID trade and how much of that COVID trade has come back to not reality. It's just trade is dead. And as that trade dies, like each sector has had their bloodletting. And Moderna was one of the ones that kind of held up-ish fairly well. Do any of you guys remember, like, the Moderna trade? I was trading it on StockTwits, and I never expected it to go to where it went. Like, the bizarre interviews. Like, it wasn't just Moderna. It was, like, there's a whole bunch of, like, quack job overnight. Like, 3 doctors in an empty office. I got the cure. That's my real concern here with Moderna. And I got to be honest with you. I mean, look at this company. This company went from, I don't know if you were there trading it, but, you know, this was like a pump and dump at 10 or 20 bucks, right? And I mean, it never ever should have traded to where it traded. Ever. I was there. I remember. Like this stuff. Every person trading it down here was a pump and dumper. I shit you not. It's like all pump and dumpers. Dude, just give me one more fucking penny. So just think about that. That like all of this here is like you know, a pump and dumper. And that's, you know, $29.89. And what is it trading right? Yeah, there it goes. It's in a death spiral. And the last assholes that own this shit are probably looking at it right now and they're saying, I'm never selling. You see these stories. Binky does a good job of relating this. Binky is more than once. He's in our Discord. Ask him. Watch people hold a ticker from like the start of their rise into the bitter fucking end. and they'll say something like, I bought, in this case, Moderna at $10 and I sold it for 30. Yes, I owned it through the entire rise. And I did make some money, but I did hold it for a few years. So, you may not think this, but I will warn you right now that you got to remember that this was bought at $10 at the start of a pandemic. Agree or disagree with a pandemic, this was picked up at $10 when conditions were perfect for it to move. Someone just posted The Cult of the Dead Stock. Amazing documentary on YouTube. I got caught in BBBY, one of the last trades in that ticker. I usually trade those fucking things until they go to goddamn zero and become pink sheets. They can be very lucrative. So I guess we did get up here into the close. Oh, look at that. There's that 4 p.m. Huh. Shocker. Well, I talked to you about DGLY, and Ray the Gun is talking to you about a documentary worth watching. And mRNA is in a death spiral. It's not necessarily either that it's not a good stock or they're not doing good things. It's a great example, though, of accumulation and distribution. And when will it be accumulated again is the question. So, mRNA, I'll tell you this. Just cursory look. Should trade $10. In all honesty, it should trade $10. Are there ways to trade this between here and there? Yes. Will it squeeze? Yes. Will it go higher before it gets down there? Yes. But you're going to get a capitulation part of this trade. You'll get people out there on stock twits, I bet, that'll say I held through the entire thing. I don't want to believe that it's come back down here. And I wouldn't be shocked to see it get repriced again. So just be careful with mRNA. I don't really want to chart it for you. I will if you want me to. Yeah, it's in a free fall right now. You're likely going to experience capitulation, panic and capitulation down here. It doesn't mean it won't squeeze. Completely no interest in buying this. I mean, just look at that. Fuck. That's capitulation right there. Like, look at that. Just selling every rip. Bam, 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 bam. I would want nothing to do with it. Way better knife catches out there than this one. No. God damn, mRNA's fallen. Watch this closely here. $0.39. That's it. Are you shitting me? I feel like I'm Oliver Twist asking for a penny. Sorry, sir. You're the only person buying calls. You have to pay yourself. We squeezed a few pennies off for you on that trip up there. I mean, it's gonna squeeze, but not that it won't squeeze. It's that you can see it's in a death spiral, right? This is like capitulation move right here. I'm looking for look. God damn! Look at that. Vicious. It's not that it won't squeeze too. They squeeze in all of these capitulation moves. Someone's gonna come back and be like, "Cap said it was going to $10, and it didn't. It squoze." Like that's the usual shit. Like you hear it all the time. But it did come back down. Like it is making new lows. Like new low. Like I'm not saying it won't squeeze up there. It will. It'll trade like a fucking like a meme. You got a bunch of shit to close up here too. So I just think there's easier shit to trade. I'm gonna leave it at that. There's easier things. There's easier ways to skin a cat, and it's not mRNA in my view. And this will, you know, what the other crazy thing is, like, this will happen when the AI bust happens. Like, it can happen to every stock, but this will happen to a bunch of goddamn AI companies. It'll just come right back down. Wham! They'll rebuy all this crap again and come up with something new to tell you. Thank you. I feel so much relief now. Feels good. What does a hedged man look like? Now I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm hedged now. Finally. I've been procrastinating that shit for weeks. Feels good. Gives like this weird feeling. I don't know why it feels good. I feel like I don't give a fuck because that means if I make a major mistake, now I'm going to get paid. And the cost of entry is cheap, so I feel really good right now. All of a sudden, I feel free to do whatever I want. Put some risk on. Let's get freaky deaky with it. Now I feel good. I own potatoes and a hedge. Okay. Potatoes and a hedge. Didn't expect that this week. What you buying? Potatoes. Hedging. Potatoes. Did you think about that last night? Nope. They just kept harping on it. I'm not going to do mRNA. I'm done with that one. Don't want to talk about it. Don't want to touch it. I'm grateful I didn't hedge yesterday. The worst possible fucking price. I saw the hedging that came out yesterday. I was like, God damn. I was like, I was like, what are you doing? Like the whole fucking market's hedged now in a big way. Like the market is like telling you it can't go that low. I'm like 48 and 5,200. Okay, you need a crash. You might get close to that. 54, 55, 56, somewhere in there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not good. That ain't good for the Bears there. That means Bulls are still alive. 73s just traded 61 cents. Had a low of 14 cents to buy. Note that the next gamma bar, just like the other day, is 5,800 from here. This is some volatile resistance here, right where this line is. I'll show it to you in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We just broke through it, actually. Next target, gamma to the upside, 5,800. There ain't nothing between here and there. Same setup as Friday close. Just note that from here higher is a major upside move. Same as Friday. Just anal probed. Yeah, that target is right here. Put it on for you so you can see it. Not bearish. Means we're coming back here even if we roll. Or implies that we're coming back here even if we roll from here. If we just consolidate here and move down, slam up there, move down, doesn't matter. 5,800 on the table. Trade for tomorrow. I'm hedged for tomorrow, so I'm hedged from now into the end of the year, so I'm pretty happy. Any downside expectations next couple days, I should be covered. Any long trade from here? Maybe no, not really. It's long in the tooth. This is all FOMO right here. Target's been hit. It's a nice move right there. I don't even want to look to see what 63 or 73s are trading right now. I'm out here. I got out. Pain trade right now. Squeezable time. Taking every single stop up here right now. Anyone still short into yesterday's close getting either annihilated or they've closed. Where's Friday's pain? Oh, yeah. It's all pain now. I call them zombies here. They're all long now. They have to go long. They don't have a choice until the squeezing stops. Then they'll immediately start selling. Make this a little bit less bright. Does that help? Yeah, so I gotta tell you guys, I'll make sure I do this again. I will repost this shit for you guys tonight. Like IWM and DIA, right? Have some structural issues, even with squeezing. They have structural issues for downside. I gotta show you guys that stuff again. They can turn around, but that's how you come up with like I hate small caps. People hate smalls for that reason. Like you're just like, why in the fuck is this burning while the rest of the market's doing its thing? And it'll go higher than SPY too. It's not that it doesn't go higher than SPY in a rate cut environment. It's that it's just a douchebag. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it any better. You'll learn if you trade those indexes. Hey, thanks, Confused Panda. Appreciate it. Did you get it? Did you? How much did you take off that trade? It's divergence. It's like this whole divergence thing. I'll repost it tonight for everybody. I'll post specifically IWM and DIA in particular for these far outlooks. And There's like traps in there for bulls. There's like a bullshit trap in IWM. There's a bullshit trap in DIA that resolves to the upside and smokes it all, but it's there. There's like a bull trap in there. My assumption is that it's too many people long. Like it's such an apparent trade that they burn you and then they go there. So they'll fulfill it, but not until the first round of buyers gets utterly destroyed. It's like an option mechanic within the stonk or the ETF. Looking ahead, we've got a bunch of volatility on Thursday. Tomorrow, we've got some like the start of some volatility, possibly. We've got so on Wednesday we've got, what did I see in there? Was it a 10-year yield or 10-year? Yeah, we got a 10-year note auction at 1 p.m. tomorrow, and then we've got the FOMC minutes. From my perspective, the FOMC minutes, I see a lot of arguing out there. The arguments are all over the place, and I don't trust most of those arguments. I got to be honest. There's like motive behind a lot of these arguments that don't really match up with what the Fed needs to do. Now, this is what I'm going to tell you. Going into this last Fed meeting, it was apparent that we are entering a recession in 2026. Okay? And it doesn't matter what they say right now. They're going to have to chase that recession. I assure you. You're going to have to chase it and fight it. And so originally when we were going into that rate cut, I was like, maybe we get a rate cut. Some of the data looks bad. They want to arrest it. Then maybe we can get a rate hike down the road. That was on my plate. Like, I thought that looks right. Just before that rate decision, I started seeing like recession indicators screaming. And these are things that are like so far down the road that like a rate cut of 50 basis points isn't going to stop it. So for me, I'm like, we'll get 50 or 25 or 50, and it'll accumulate to about 1 or 100 basis point by end of year. Since then, people are all over the map with it. Look, we're getting 2, we're getting rate hikes, we're getting this and that, and they're screaming. And I realize that you're going to get different stories between now and next summer, but I want to still persist in warning you that that I'm telling you, under the covers, right? The situation is deteriorating. Companies are aware of this. These are people that don't care about the stock market. They might care about it, but they're like, I own a company. I need my company to survive no matter what you're speculating. And that's real America. It's not what we do. That's like the real America. They don't give a fuck about us gambling on rate hikes, no rate hikes, blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing. They are in a defensive stance, I assure you of that. And they rightfully should be. I read a story yesterday. I think I even saved it. I forget who put it. I'll see if I can find it right now. I read a story yesterday about
1 minute till we get the market on close.
Who is selling houses right now. Let me see here. The great Florida migration is coming undone. You should read this, especially if you're a market participant. I'm going to post this in the Discord for you. It's a link to an archived version of this article. Just click on it in your browser, put it off to the side, save it as a bookmark to read later if you want. You should read stuff like this because it's not a harbinger of today. It's a harbinger of 6 months, a year from now. And what they talk about that's important in this article is not really the Florida housing market. It's who is selling homes matters. Why are they selling those homes? And it's like that future pricing in of events to come. It could be in 26. It could be in 27, 28. I don't know how long they're able to do this, but think about that.
Closing balance, the S&P 500, 895 million to the sell side. The Nasdaq 100, 564 million to the sell side. The Dow 30, 28.1 million to the buy side. And the Magnificent 7, 5.7 million to the sell side.
So Dow's got some buyers. I didn't hear what he said about small caps. Were they buyers for small caps rotating out of tech and S&P? I can't remember. Anyways, I couldn't hear. I wasn't listening to him. The thought, though, here is this is a fairly easy article to read. It isn't rocket science. And you've got people that we gamble on, right, all day long. I gamble on companies and their performance. And I'm not gambling against their performance next year per se, but I would expect that they would need the help and support of the Fed and the Treasury Department to get through whatever this time period is. So, like arguments that we should be more restrictive right now, I think are valid right now. Like, so someone's like, we got to be more restrictive now, or no rate cuts for you, or we're going down to only 25 and 25 this the rest of the year. I'm like, that's what it always was, about there, right around there, 50, 25 and 25. You can cut it however you want, but we are right there. And it's not for today. It's for next summer. It's for the spring, next summer, next year. And you'll likely see that story change as time passes, as some things break and deteriorate under the surface. And the intent is that the Fed will mutate, first stop the velocity of data, and then second to blunt any of that deterioration to next year. That is their job. So I don't expect the Fed FOMC meeting minutes to necessarily be hawkish, as you may think you'll see, but they may express some concerns about what they're seeing down the road in those minutes. And you have a dissenter in there too, so you might get some of that information in that dissent, which is we don't like seeing dissenters in the actual voting. So there's a little bit of volatility in there, or potential volatility inside that that FOMC minutes shit at 2 p.m. So just be aware of that for tomorrow as a prep.
At 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Collins, who will provide remarks as part of the 23rd Annual Regional and Community Bankers Conference. Text and Q&A are expected.
People don't like change. We talked about that when we came into this last rate decision, that I think even made a thumbnail about it. Like, people don't want they like the status quo. They like no rate hikes or pause rate hikes, or they don't like the endings and beginnings of a cycle. People like the regular like just consistency in the market. Whenever there's inconsistency in the market gets volatile. And you get a lot of people listened to for arguing their points that mean nothing. Literally mean nothing. They don't influence how the Fed votes. Fucking Fed, if you've read any books about prior Fed presidents, they don't give a flying fuck about the data. They don't care about the intricacies or how it's argued on FinTwit and stuff like that. They care about what they think is the right path forward. They think of the ego, man, is like, woof, huge ego. So they do, though, look at some things like that. I showed you guys that recession indicator, the rate of change year over year on the unemployment rate. It is flashing a recession for next summer. So anytime I hear somebody say, like, right now, anytime someone's like, oh, we're, like, fucking rate hikes, or you're not getting any more rate cuts, I think they're either naive, they don't know what they're talking about, or they have a bad, they want to see the world burn. It's one of those three. Either don't know what the fuck they're talking about, they want to see the world burn, you know, or they're trying to play with fire. Like, it's wantonness in things that are like big elephant moves, you know, down the road that really do have implications. That's how we get emergency rate cuts. You know that, right? You know how you get an emergency rate cut? You don't
At 4
cut.
p.m. Eastern Time, we
And then it
expect
builds and
comments
builds
from
and
Fed
builds
Collins,
and
who
builds
speaks
and
at
shit
community
deteriorates.
banking
And before you know it, they're
conference.
fucking,
Text
you
and
know,
Q&A are expected.
fucking going to zero. You get a press conference and they're like, okay, we're at negative interest rates. He used to bust people's balls in that. It was hilarious. And they're not doing that right now. They've told you that they're not adversarial. They've told you they're going to try to not go back into that system of, you know, tighten, asshole. We have more of a world economy these days than we ever have. Even if we're not going to be that anymore, we're still kind of a world economy. There are fundamental changes taking place at the Fed still. They're not adversarial. It used to be like fucking hammer, man. I don't see that right now coming out of them. They've proven me wrong time and time and again. I'm waiting for them to become adversarial, and they're not. So I would expect dovish minutes with some dissension. And my one fear there would be, if there was any fear for tomorrow, it would be some kind of a discussion about the deterioration of maybe the labor market and the housing market, and specifically maybe commercial real estate in the next year. And that's why I posted that link to that article in there. They got to see the writing on the wall. There are people trying to get the fuck out right now, in advance of exposure and reap profit of that market. And I'll tell you what, that real estate market starts coming down, whenever it does come down, every time real estate markets start falling, it is fast. It is like one of the fastest things you'll ever see just turn before you blink. And even this guy they interviewed in this article was ridiculous. Like, why am I not getting, can I just get out? Like these people, it's like an old, not a wives' tale, but like an old myth or a fable. If you read that article, right, there's 2 or 3 key points of information. One, who are the sellers? Why are they selling? Right? They're taking profit. That's what they're doing. They're creating a bag holder class. They're smart investors. The second problem is, or the second great part about that article is the I just bought a home person, and how they think and act, what they will say to you in public. I bought the house for $350. I put $50,000 into it. You know, I had a for sale sign up for $450, $500. It didn't sell. I was shocked. And then, you know, now at this point, I'm just hoping I can break even. Meanwhile, his price is still $25,000 above what he paid for the renovation. Everybody knows what he paid. No one's stupid. You know, we know what you bought the house for. We know what you put into it. And we know that if the market goes down, the screws are going to be put to you. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I bought the house for $350. I put 25 into 50 into it. Now I'm at a loss here. No shit, Sherlock. What are you going to do? You're going to panic sell. Start dropping the price of that house, dropping the price. Just get me out of here this as soon as possible. And they will like flip on you, like a dog biting you, right? It's like, where's the pain? Nope, don't feel it there. Oh, that's where your pain is. You got you're now eating my arm, right? That's where you got the pain. I got it. So just be conscious of that, like as time
1
moves
minute
forward.
remaining.
That I don't think it matters today, but those minutes are coming out tomorrow. I'm interested to see what the discussion was in the background in those minutes, because I think after all the betting and bullshitting and all the other nonsense and the screaming and fighting and kicking, you're going to see a more dovish Fed and Treasury continue into next year, into 2026. Look at that. I'm already making money. Woo! Woohoo! Right now, my hedge is making money, baby.
Fed's Collins notes September
Yay!
Fed forecasts predicted 50 basis point cuts into the year end, and further cuts are likely needed. Future
There
action
it goes.
data driven. I'm more confident inflation is on a durable path of ebbing.
Feels so good.
It's important for the Fed to preserve a healthy
Woo!
labor market conditions. Core inflation has moderated, but is still elevated. Unemployment is still historically low, and job growth is solid. Restrictive monetary policy has helped cool inflation. Wage growth robust, but not a
Hedge is
driver
dope,
of
isn't it? Feels good,
inflation.
doesn't it?
Data shows the economy is strong and resilient. The economy now is more vulnerable to adverse shocks, and the job market is in a good, balanced place.
All right, so I'll see all you tomorrow. I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. I have a lot going on this week. Trying to wrap up some deals and stuff to help the community. Trying to wrap up some like get this done kind of stuff for you guys. So there'll be like some in and out stuff this week where I'm not available. What else? I was going to come on yesterday. So my daughter wanted me to. The market wasn't rolling. When I told my daughter I'd spend the day with her yesterday, I was going to come on the show yesterday, but every time I do, I never leave. And I promised her I'd spend the day with her. So I apologize for not coming on the show yesterday, but I couldn't because whenever I do, I'm like, I'm just going to get on for 5 minutes. I'm fucking there all day long, every single time. So I got to do that stuff, whether the market's burning, market's going up, all that other shit. You guys know that I'm usually here almost every time it burns. But I couldn't say no to her yesterday. I just can't. I'll take some pictures of her braces for you. Actually, I was going to bring it. I fucked up, too. It was like National Daughters Day or something, and I didn't bring her to work with me. So I got to plan one of those days to have her here in the show because I do teach her this stuff. And she's probably going to school for finance. Not guaranteed, but a fair chance of it, or at least it's on her mind. Oh yeah. Feels so good. What else? I think that's it. I got a lot of stuff closing for you guys. We're trying to make a jump right now to an alpha launch in our website, in our what we offer you guys, like better stuff for you guys that we build. And so I'm being like I have to like take care of stuff in the background. So I got like a lot of crap going on. Where I can't be available at all times, like 24 hours a day. I think that's all I got for you guys. What else? I think that's it for right now. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. See you then.